Thank you. Bring this meeting to order of the Westborough Select Board, it being Tuesday, March 12th at 6 p.m. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded by Westborough TV. If you are so able, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, she just sent a message. Yeah, I'll be right there. Yeah, okay. Thank you for all those who may be watching on Westborough TV. If you have not voted yet, this is being recorded, so please get over to the high school and vote today.
You got 2 hours.
You got 2 hours, and we will be going well past that time, so.
That's right.
With that, we begin every meeting with open forum. Is anyone here for open forum? No. Okay. Move into our first agenda item, the Arbor Day proclamation. And so Westborough is a Tree City, USA, and this is an annual proclamation that needs to be read into the record in order to maintain that designation. Do I have a volunteer?
Sure, I'll do it.
All right.
All right. So I move to, how do we want to say this? I move to support the Arbor Day proclamation, and then I'm going to read the proclamation out.
Yep.
Okay. Town of Westborough Select Board Arbor Day proclamation, whereas in 1872 J. Sterling Morton proposed to Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling cost, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products, and whereas trees in the town of Westborough increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community, and whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy, therefore be it resolved that Westborough Select Board acknowledges the importance of National Arbor Day, which will be celebrated on April 26, 2024, and therefore be it further resolved that Westborough Select Board urges all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day in Westborough on April 26, 2024, by either planting a tree or maintaining existing trees to promote the well-being of this and future generations.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? 5-0. Patrick, thank you very much. And thank you to our Department of Public Works who supports this initiative. With that, we will move on to the hearing starts.
6:15.
Okay. So,
We do the bonds?
Do you want to do the bonds?
okay. We'll move forward to agenda item number 6. Vote to approve and execute bond anticipation notes and general obligation bonds.
So I think we're going to just go grab John as well, but Barbara is here, our new treasurer collector who started on Monday. Barbara, if you want to come up.
Welcome.
Oh, Barbara. Nice to meet you in person. No, not at all. Welcome to Westborough.
Thank you. So these are the bonds.
If you can just stand at the microphone. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
So these are the bonds that were voted on. Sorry, move them all out. I'm not even sure what the vote is, I'm sorry, I
That's
didn't bring it.
That's okay. John, I think Kim went to go grab John too. It's only your second day, so we.
Yeah, I got the package this morning,
Yeah.
it's like, okay.
I was going to say, hopefully we're not making her read all of that.
Yeah. Well, I would just say while we're waiting for John that that the town has maintained its AAA bond rating, which we had mentioned before, but cannot mention it enough. And so we did receive our S&P letter, which was not quite ready for your packet, but I do want to note that they do note it in there that if reserves were to decrease significantly, that there would be a lower outcome or a concern in the outcome in the future. So just as we go forward to town meeting, there's a lot of conversation about spending free cash or putting free cash against operating expenses. And the result of our borrow was directly related to our bond rating.
Christy, I'm sorry, you said that letter will be available, and I would imagine that letter, as I recall, speaks to some of the attributes of our finances that lend to the rating. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, you've probably already got this, will we post that? Is that something we typically post?
It is not,
Okay.
but it certainly is a public record once we receive it.
Okay, thanks.
Christie,
Yes.
in the packet, the vote, is that a typo in the first line? Where they didn't cut and paste the town name? Or is this,
Yeah,
What's our bonds?
is all the other information in this accurate?
this is what it is, I believe.
That is a typo.
Okay, but everything else is correct.
So is this what John sent to you?
This is the bond anticipation note.
Yes.
The date too needs to change in our packet.
Well, well, no, it's more what
No, I
the
don't think
bonds
that's
were
right.
for.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, so the 22,915 of the general obligation bonds were for the remainder of the Forbes building, the purchase of the community, sorry, I didn't know why I was here, but
Yeah.
John Steinberg, Chief Assessor, Interim Finance.
John, can you
Director.
just speak into the microphone a little more? Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so the obligation bonds, the permanent borrow was for the remainder of the Forbes building. It was for the purchase of the community center. There was some, also some fails in there. What we try to do is we try to take the oldest stuff that we've been rolling over and paying down the principal and bring that into the obligation bonds as we pay them off. I think there was one other thing. I think there was some Hastings in there too. So it's a nice blend.
And just, this was the 12, just under $13 million? 12,889,950.
That is the wrong vote.
No, that's 22,915.
I'll send it to you right now.
Okay.
So we have the wrong vote.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Sorry.
I can push. It's wrong. Everything about it is wrong.
You have the other one. She sent a second one.
Okay,
And
Yeah, I
forwarded
just sent it
this
to the
one.
board.
so should I give, do you want me to have two copies?
Sure.
Who's reading?
Patrick is reading.
I was,
Okay.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Wasn't really ready.
Gotta go all the way till when?
Hey, you started.
What, you are the vice chair, are you not?
All right, let me get a big tall glass of drink of water here. Hold on.
Thank you.
Sure. No worries. All right, let me just get this started here. Oh, crap. zooming up and back and forth. All right. I move that we hereby determine, in accordance with General Law, Chapter 70B, that the cost of fail school construction and feasibility study projects authorized by votes of the town passed on March 18th, 2017, Article 42, and March 16th, 2019, Article 21, be financed with proceeds of a portion of the bonds defined below, together with all other bonds and notes of the town previously issued to pay cost of these projects, does not exceed that the portion of the total cost of the projects that is not being paid by the school facility grants, and we hereby approve the assurance of notes and bonds to finance these projects under General Law, Chapter 70B. Further voted that the sale of the $22,915,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan of 2024 bonds of the town dated March 25th, 2024, noticed as the bonds, to FHN Financial Capital Markets at the price of $25,160,945.05, and accrued interest, if any, is hereby approved and confirmed. The bonds shall be payable on March 15th of the years and in the principal amounts and bear interest at the representative rates as follows. I don't need to read the table, do I?
I think you need to read the whole thing.
Okay. All right. Year 2025, $1,165,000, 5%.
I think you
Year-
could probably say, just a suggestion, I think you could probably say 2026 through 2032.
Okay.
1 million and 5%.
Okay.
Something.
All right.
Sorry.
2026 through 2032, $1,160,000 at 5%. 2033 through 2035, $1,145,000 at 4%. 2036 at $1,140,000 at 4%. 2037 and through 2039 at $1,135,000, 4%. 2040 through 2044 at $1,130,000 at 4%. Further voted to approve the sale of a $45,869,680 at 3.375% general obligation bond anticipation note of the town dated March 28th, 2024, and payable March 28th, 2025, the note, to Jeffries LLC at par and accrued interest, if any, plus a premium of $111,992.02. Further voted that in connection with the marketing and sale of the bonds, the preparation and distribution of a notice of sale preliminary official statement dated February 28th, 2024, and a final official statement dated March 6th, 2024, the bond official statement, each in such form as may be approved by the town treasurer, may be and hereby are ratified, confirmed, approved, and adopted. Further voted that in connection with the marketing and sale of the notes, the preparation and distribution of a notice of sale and preliminary official statement dated February 28th, 2024, and a final official statement dated March 6th, 2024, each in such form as may be approved by the town treasurer, be and hereby are ratified, confirmed, approved, and adopted. Further voted that the bonds shall be subject to redemption at the option of the town upon such terms and conditions are set forth in the bond official statement. Further voted that the town treasurer and the select board be and hereby are authorized to execute and deliver continuing and significant event disclosure undertakings in compliance with SEC Rules 15C2-12 in such forms as may be approved by bond counsel to the town, which undertaking shall be incorporated by reference in the bonds and notes as applicable for the benefit of the holders of the bonds and notes from time to time. Further voted that we authorize and direct the town treasurer to establish post-issuance federal tax compliance procedures and continuing disclosure procedures in such forms as the town treasurer and bond counsel deem sufficient, or if such procedures are current in place, to review and update said procedures in order to monitor and maintain the tax-exempt status of the bonds and notes and to comply with relevant security laws. Further voted that any certificates or documents relating to the bonds and the notes, collectively the documents, may be executed in several counterparts, each of which shall be regarded as an original, and all of which shall constitute one and the same document. Delivery of an executed counterpart of a signature page to a document by electronic mail, in a PDF file, or by other electronic transmission shall be as effective as delivery of a manually executed counterpart signature page to such document. And electronic signatures on any of the documents shall be deemed original signatures for the purpose of documents and all other matters relating thereto having the same legal effect as original signatures. Further voted that each member of the Select Board, the Town Clerk, and the Town Treasurer be and hereby are authorized to take any and all such actions and execute and deliver such certificates, receipts, or other documents as may be determined by them or any of them to be necessary or convenient to carry into effect the provisions of the foregoing votes. I further,
I think that's it.
okay.
Yep, that's the motion. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patrick.
Well done.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? 5-0.
Thank you. Just one comment, having come in a little late. We had 18 bidders for this, which is a lot. Our financial advisor said she has never seen 18. We got a $2.4 million premium. So when you see that 4 and 5%, it brings you down to an effective rate of just over 3. So relative to other bonds that have been sold within the last 6 or 8 months, we crushed it, I guess.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Awesome, great.
Yeah,
Great job.
and so for those that don't understand, that $2.4 million premium after expenses applies to the principal. So in essence, instead of borrowing what we would have borrowed, it's all reduced. So instead of 8.8 million for the community center, that principal number comes down. By law, it has to be distributed amongst the projects that are going into this. So we did well.
That's awesome.
Great news, thank you.
All right, Barbara, well done, your second day.
What are you gonna do for an encore?
No pressure.
67.
67, totally.
You want to have them sign these after?
It's up to however you want to do
I
it.
think they usually do it now.
Yeah,
It's here, so-
send them around.
Absolutely.
Deb, you're not busy today?
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
Probably good, decent pen.
Do we want to move to the next thing or signing, or do I have to sign?
Yeah. Do we want to
Just two.
multitask this, or, yeah?
I would.
Yeah.
We can multitask, okay.
I think we can multitask.
All right, so it being after 6:15 PM, we move to our continued hearing and status update on the 2024 Innkeeper Hotel Permit Renewal for Extended Stay America at 1800 Computer Drive and 19 Connector Road. Gentlemen, thank you for coming before us again. If you could just introduce yourselves again for,
Ryan Bogley, General Manager.
Joffrey Nieto, District Manager.
thank you very much. And I know there were a few items outstanding from the last time you were here. I don't know if you have an update.
I do have the last hydrant report. I just gave it to Stephen. I'll have that uploaded tonight. We also have the work order in place for the 2 hydrants. So I will have that uploaded as well tonight as well. He receives both those documents. Those are the last 2 items we had.
Terrific. So there, outside of that, there is nothing else
I
outstanding?
think those were the last 2 items that were on our list, so.
Okay.
Debbie or.
All right, great. Steve, any,
Yes.
yeah, Steve, you have any comments?
Deputy.
Deputy Chief, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That goes to Debbie.
Stephen Doucette, Deputy Fire Chief. I can confirm that I have the documentation that they finished testing their hydrants and that they have a work order and a projected date of actually 10 days from now to start digging to replace the fire hydrants.
And so, assuming completion of that in 10 days, at that point, you would sort of sign off on their work, and then, in theory, they wouldn't need to come back before us.
Yes, so the digging will start in 10 days. I'm not sure how long it'll take to actually get the fire hydrants in, but
Okay.
we can stay on top of that and report back to you through Sealer on that if you'd like. We'll stay on top of it. But that was it for fire department-related items, but the annual inspection is actually, it's a building department permit. I know,
Got it. So we
Fred is
may
here,
need
so
another
if he wants to speak on it.
update. Deputy Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Fred Leonardo, Community Development Director. So we're still waiting on the building permits for the doors. They hired a local contractor to do that work, or to pull the permit for that. We're still kind of in paper limbo. So one of the permits hasn't been applied for and the other one hasn't been issued. So we're still kind of in the middle of that process too.
Okay. So in terms of, our next meeting is in 2 weeks.
So can I just ask to the applicants, on the doors, what seems to be the holdup with the contractor?
Yeah, we actually have the vendor that actually did the work with that, that's trying to get the permits pulled out, so we actually have the vendors working on it. We don't actually do that
Yeah, no.
specifically for the vendors. We could get the follow-up, see where they're at with that.
Okay. So, Fred, I'm sorry, I know a little bit about the permitting process. You have a partial process started, is that a fair way to say it?
Yes, so we're looking for permits on both structures. One has been applied for. At this point, I think we're pretty much waiting for them to pay for the permit fee. I think Bill Hesler has worked out most of the details on that one.
Okay.
The other one, they just physically haven't applied for it yet.
Okay.
Same contractor?
I presume so.
Yes.
Okay, so I would say if we're at this juncture and we still haven't applied for a permit, to me, that's a bit problematic. I mean, we've been talking about this for over a month and a half now, so I would light a fire on, I know you don't do it, but I think we need to light a fire under that person.
We do like that fire. I think, we'll work with them to exactly which permits, because we kind of just go blindly and says, hey, we
Sure.
need to follow up these permits, and we'll leave it like that. And
Yeah.
not, there's probably 2 permits, one that's being worked on, the other one that's not.
Yeah.
We'll work on that in the year.
Okay, all right. Nice tie, by the way, like it.
So our next meeting is in 2 weeks. I'm wondering if we push this out
It's
past
April
that.
9. We had decided to not meet again until
Oh,
April
that's right.
9.
That's right. So that's perfect,
I mean-
okay?
I mean,
I mean, I was inclined to release conditionally, but we thought the permits were being submitted the next day after our last meeting, when the last time you were here, and they're not. And so the level of trust that you're on top of the contractors and that you're actually driving this forward is pretty low. And so, I'd prefer, April 9th is our next meeting. I would prefer to continue the hearing until that time.
is that motion?
Yeah, I could do it.
And I would just, if I may, Ellen, at this point, I would expect that to be done by April 9th. I mean,
Yeah.
No, I agree. I do apologize.
I know you do. I guess perhaps you could share maybe a video of this recording with the contractor to let them know how serious and, quite frankly, we're kind of a little bit perturbed right now that we're taking your time and this board's time and the public's time to kind of continue to revisit this. So
Yeah.
let's get it done.
No, and
Ex-
I agree with you, Doc, and I think we've been fair every meeting.
Explain to them that we're frustrated enough that your license is at risk and that your facilities could be closed. Because this isn't just an issue for the last month and a half. This is an issue that goes back 6 months of, a new manager coming in with no, if I recall from our prior meetings, no training, no standard operating procedures to make sure these permits and the certificate of inspection is done on time. And so you started out behind the 8 ball, and, what we hear is there's a lack of authority and it has to go up the chain, up and down to district and corporate and back down. Enough. 4 weeks from now should be plenty of time to get permits in and to make the modifications to the doors and have the work complete and have the fire hydrant work that's scheduled to start in 10 days complete. And we should be able to put this to bed totally at the next meeting. This board has been extremely gracious and forgiving in continuing to, extend your operating ability while you work through these things. And, every week, every meeting, and you come into the hearing, it's, well, it's not happening very quickly. And we need to follow up on it. I don't get the sense of urgency, but, every time this comes in, I trust less that you're on top of it, and I trust you less as a responsible operator of a key business in our community. So I will move to continue the hearing, to allow the business to continue to operate on their current license with due diligence performed with town inspectors, and to continue the hearing for a status update on April 9th at 6:15 PM.
Second?
Thank you. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just had a comment too. I mean, I think this is serious, but with that timing, because we have that span of basically a month here, my hope is that you don't have to come back here, that basically we get affirmation from our inspectors that everything's done, permits have been issued and complete, the fire hydrant, and if that's the case and we get that notice in our package,
Yeah.
we don't need to see you here, that would be the best outcome for you and for us, I think. So if, with your contractors and all this, if you can put it out there, as others said here, and get that work done prior to April 9th, that would be great, and it would save you time and us time, and we can issue the license at that time. So that would be my request to you, to look at that date as extremely important date and save us the pain, you the pain, and our inspectors the pain here. Let's get that done.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Definitely trying to be done way before the date.
That's good. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? 5-0. Gentlemen, thank you. Next, we have Youth and Family Services, the service delivery model, including contract documents, employee position, including job description and classification plan amendment, and the budget.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself as my wife works in the Department of Youth and Family Services.
Thank you.
So I have some slides related to the proposed service delivery model for Youth and Family Services. You have in your packet the documents that we've been working on with several stakeholders. Just wanting to reiterate that the process, this has been talked about since I think the spring of last year. Many discussions with several stakeholders in order to get to this point, and lots of great collaboration with Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. We have Jen Rifkin here, who I'll bring up when I'm done with the slides, who can answer any questions that you might still have about the model we're proposing. So you are all familiar with Westborough Youth and Family Services, but for those who aren't, we have here Westborough Youth and Family Services provides mental health and substance abuse counseling, prevention and education programs. The vision, which was established through their strategic plan, was that Westborough will be a supportive community that's responsive to the behavioral health and wellness needs of all the residents. And you can see here the departmental values listed. The history of how we got here. So our Director of Youth and Family Services position was vacated on February 28th of 23, and the part-time counselor position was vacated on December 22nd of 2022. Both of those positions have been posted. They've been sent out to multiple locations. So they've been posted through our typical posting locations, but also we're directly posted with colleges that have these types of programs, really working hard to try to attract a candidate. We have received, since February of last year, 6 applications for the director position. Since December of 22, no applications for our part-time counselor position. In the summer of 23, we had interviewed some of the applicants. We did, as we typically do, we did a panel of folks that would work with this person, and we just weren't unable to find the right fit for that position. So we just started looking around at our neighbors, and one neighbor we talked to was the town of Shrewsbury, which contracts with Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. Again, not a department of the town, a nonprofit. And so that's when we started having conversations with them. So myself and the assistant town manager, Kim Foster, have been really meeting with lots of folks, some of the stakeholders I mentioned, some of you select board members, school department employees, police department, youth commission chair. We've also been to a couple of youth commission meetings and also staff within that department. And then we drafted, so we talked a lot about what the model might look like. The model we're proposing, as I said before, is different model than what they have with Shrewsbury. So we sort of started from scratch in terms of the documents that we created, which are in your packet, which include a contract document, the scope of services, and then also a memorandum of understanding, which really spells out how both the contractor at Shrewsbury or Youth and Family Services as the contractor, and then also the employee of the town of Westborough would interact and serve the public. So our proposed model is that we retain one employee position, which is the Outreach and Resource Coordinator in the Youth and Family Services Department. And then we would also have clinical services provided by a contractor with 2 full-time clinicians providing clinical services to the town of Westborough in the town of Westborough. So it's really important to be clear that that would happen in its current location at the Forbes Building in the town of Westborough. Additional services within the contract would include trainings, workshops, and groups, group work. SYFS clinicians and interns provide a portion of that contract. The internship program is, we did have an intern, I think, in the last 5 years, one intern that was able to work with our department. This is a whole program. So if you have questions about that, Jen can certainly speak to that. The Youth Commission would remain intact and acting as an advisory body to the town and the contractors. And part of that contract, which I'll actually add, these are slides that I'll work on for a town meeting, is also collaboration with different groups in town. So a lot of the groups that we already associate with in the Human Services Alliance, Westborough Connects, In Your Shoes, St. Luke's, Forbes, Kirkside, all of those, it's part of the contract to continue to work with them as good partners. So the goal of the transition is to enhance mental health services to the community while maintaining low barriers to accessing these services. And we think that's really important. And we think it's a critical piece of who we are as Westborough Youth and Family Services. And I think it's a shared goal with Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. So you did meet a couple months ago, I think, both Jen Rifkin, the clinical director, and Lynn Lynch, who's the acting executive director, but also the business manager at Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. So if anyone's had an opportunity to look at that website, you can see that there's a lot of staff serving that organization, and then their mission aligns with our mission. So this slide shows the proposed contract cost. So the total proposed contract cost is $194,000. Inclusive of that is 2 full-time clinicians, as well as benefits. Those clinicians, again, would be employed by Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, but would fully support Westborough Youth and Family Services. So they would be hired, even though they would be hired as additional staff to support Westborough. We would also pay for a percentage of the clinical director's time for clinical oversight. We currently pay a contract for clinical oversight, so it's not a one-to-one, but that's something we were able to pull out of the budget. And then other administrative costs, so executive director, business director, administrative assistant. There's other costs in the contract that would cover medical record subscription, therapy supplies. And then, as you all know, the group work is part of that. It's just not highlighted as it's part of the contract, so it's clear that that's part of it. It's just there's no dollar amount attached to it. So how is this proposed to be funded? It's a question that we've gotten because when we first started talking about it, we talked about it being funded through American Rescue Plan funds. So as you know, when our previous director was here, the town allocated just about $225,000 to Youth and Family Services for 2 different projects. So one was for case management and one was for behavioral health programming. Neither one of those contracts moved forward. One of them, we actually had a very difficult time finding someone to respond to the RFP. The other one was working its way forward, but with our director leaving, we decided not to execute that contract. So we're talking about using those funds to start up this contract that we're proposing mid-fiscal 24, so middle of this year. And we would have needed those funds because the majority of our budget is currently in salary. In order to fund the contract, it has to be in expenses. So the idea was that we were going to work towards this model, and in mid-fiscal year potentially begin the contracts, and then we would use the ARPA funds. Because the timing of this has really aligned well with our budget process and our fiscal year, and because it is an operating expense for the community, there's no proposal to use ARPA funds at this point. We would fully fund the contract on the levy, so in the budget. The total difference between what would have been proposed for FY25 under the current model and this new model, the difference is about $5,000, so $5,000 more than what we were previously proposing under the current model. ARPA funds are still currently allocated to Youth and Family Services, so if this does pass at town meeting, we'll have to assess the use of those funds going forward, understanding that they need to be spent by the end or under contract by the end of the calendar year.
Christy, do you want a question on that now, or do you want us just to hold questions?
Oh, you can ask questions.
Okay, so what I heard you say is that ARPA funds, because now the majority of the budget is now expenses versus salary, and ARPA can't be used, is that a condition of ARPA, or can you just clarify what?
So currently,
or is it more timing? Is it more timing?
It's more
of where we're at?
timing.
Okay.
Yeah. So currently, the Youth and Family Services budget is. You have it. It's approximately $250,000.
Yep.
If we were to pull out the cost of this contract and fund it with ARPA, we would be using one-time funds to fund the operating expense, and then in next year we would immediately have an increase of almost $200,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, I should have brought up this slide.
Oh, sorry.
No. So this is under the current model. It's about $272,401, and the proposed model is the $277. So next steps would be the approval of the Outreach and Resource Coordinator job description. That's what I'm asking the board to do this evening. The purpose of that would be because it has to go through impact bargaining with the union. It is a union position. The current administrative assistant position is union. And then it would also be subject to this getting approved at town meeting. Then, obviously, at annual town meeting, we would be proposing what you have on your budget table, which is showing that the majority of the costs are in expenses. And then if approved, we would work with current staff, the contractor, and youth commission to develop a transition plan, including messaging to clients, discussion of employment with contractor, and transition of town employee to new role. It's been really difficult, I think, because we have been talking about it for so long, but until this gets approved at town meeting, we can't really set that timeline. And so there is a lot of work to be done once we know for sure that this is moving forward. So then we would finalize the contract documents with the contractor. As I said, we've been working back and forth. They do have a board of directors, which would have to approve them as well. And so once we finalize them, both boards would need to execute. One of the questions I got is, what is the plan B? There is no plan B. So we have this current model. We know it's not working because we're unable to staff it. So we know we're not serving the public the way that we need to. We have spent a lot of time exploring and developing this proposed model. I feel very strongly that this is the right direction for the community. I think it will enhance the department. I think a lot of the stakeholders and users feel the same way. If it does not get approved, we will have to reevaluate. So if the expenses are not fully appropriated where they need to be, we will have to reevaluate how we move forward. So.
Did you want to ask her?
Yeah, Christy, just back to the second to last slide. I understand the impact bargaining because the current position's in the union, but is the new position a union position as well, the Outreach and Resource
Yes.
Coordinator?
Yes.
Within the same union?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you.
I asked Jen to come, so you have to ask her a question. Do you just want to come up and introduce yourself again?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for having me back. My name is Jen Rifkin. I'm the clinical director at Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. And like I said, I'm just here in case folks have some questions. I don't have any new information to present, but if folks have outstanding questions, I just wanted to be available to answer them. since we're moving closer and closer to town meeting and things like that.
So I just have a
Yeah,
comment
right
and
in.
maybe a question. So first of all, I want to thank everyone who's been involved, who's here and not here, where input was provided to the contract and to the relevant attachments, the whole contract. So it was great to see some of those additions. I think I had asked about metrics and how we're going to kind of measure this, so thank you for adding that, along with some other elements, some more detail around the master's level clinicians and so on and so forth. So I think we have a really good document I feel very good about, and I'm very supportive of this. One element, I guess I'll just kind of more comment for the board, is that initially I thought I would want to see sort of a minimum number of programs to be offered to the community, kind of in that category, but as I thought more about it, I thought, the expectation is in the contract, and we know that that's part of the service delivery model. I'd rather kind of see this kind of take flight in year one, with the understanding that the town, working with Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services and the Youth Commission and whatever other bodies kind of collaborative in the community, to then determine, are there other programs we should be offering, right? And I know some of that is driven by grants and all of that, but certainly in a way also that doesn't materially affect the proposed, budget and contract in the numbers that were presented. So that was kind of, I had that initially, but I'm very comfortable the way it's, the way it's written now.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the Youth Commission being there in an advisory role.
Yep.
To help identify priorities, identify potential funding sources, and sort of set priorities and expectations as far as the number of community programs that come into play. I'd hesitate to say you have to do a minimum number of X, because that doesn't allow for, the unforeseen, such as a pandemic was, where programs don't happen, right? Or different programs are needed and there's
Yeah.
a scramble of resources and attention. So
Yeah. No, I
allowing that, I'm
totally agree.
comfortable.
Yep,
And I do appreciate all of the additions and editings and many revisions and the work. And for the community, this has been a year of work to identify a solution to a serious problem and a serious issue in a way that's will really benefit the community with expanded services and capabilities in a fiscally responsible way. And so kudos to all those involved in the process.
Can I just add one more, or do you want to comment on that?
No, I had a question, so you can
Okay.
go.
My only other comment, I also want to speak to the MOU. I know I'd asked a lot of questions at our last meeting about, kind of this, having the outreach coordinator report to two people. How's that practically going to work? Because in my experience, if you report to two people, you don't report to anyone. So the language that has been presented, I think, provides that clarity that I was hoping for, and that I think is workable in a day-to-day situation. So thank you to all who were involved there.
So the question I had is, I know you can't hire at this point because we don't have an executed contract, whatever, but I know one of the things that Ms. Christie brought up, and it's different in terms of somewhat different in terms of what we were hiring, but I guess my question to you is, do you feel confident that if this moves forward and we can execute and we look for that July 1st date, that we can have those two full-time clinicians hired from kind of your experience and what you're seeing?
I don't know that I could have it July 1st, but I would imagine by September 1st, I could be 100% staffed.
Yeah.
It's going to take me, with the contract. I can't promise a July 1st start, but I can definitely promise. And in terms of, just let me throw out there, obviously I would imagine people might be concerned about clinical care. If I can't get that covered, honestly, that would fall to me. And I'm 100% comfortable I'm a clinician, obviously, I'm a therapist.
Yeah.
So I am very, very concerned and very, very aware of the fact that there are individuals who've been working with existing clinicians who will, by the way, absolutely be available to interview for the positions moving forward. But I'm aware that those relationships exist. I don't want them to just completely blow up and not have a plan if for whatever reason those two individuals don't continue as SYFS employees. So it's like ethically, forgetting about whatever's in a contract, ethically, it's critically important to me as a social worker to make sure that those individuals have care.
Great, thank you for that. And just from a comment standpoint, and this, I think I've said this all along, I think this is a really smart solution for the town. I appreciate the work that the town manager, assistant town manager, and Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services have put into this. I think it's a great solution for the community on a kind of looking forward long-term basis. I mean, we've had the services here, but I think this allows us to, you know, staff it and grow. This is a valuable resource that we offer in town, and having it through a larger unit, larger nonprofit and contracting, I look forward to seeing that flourish going forward. So very supportive of it. We'll speak to that. I think it sounds like all of us will at town meeting as well, but very much appreciate the work here. And
absolutely, just also figured I'd just share this in anticipation of potentially need for even more interns than we already have. I have been reaching out to new schools, and I have meetings set up with multiple new schools so that I can grow my internship program, not only in the Shrewsbury site, but the proposed Westborough site.
that's great.
So I think that's a good opportunity to bring up. I think we talked last time about the licensure or the certification of the interns, and so can you just speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I talk about interns, I'm talking about people who are currently in their master's program. That's pretty standard for really any social worker, counseling, or that therapeutic setting. Is if you're going to hire an intern, it's someone typically in their second, or if it's a part-time program, third year of counseling or social work school. And then once those folks graduate, they become master's level clinicians. You're not going to end up with a license immediately upon graduation because you are not eligible for a license. So I know initially one of the comments back was sort of Christy and I went back and forth was around the word licensed clinician. To get your license, realistically, if you're working really, really hard at it and you have, like, everything goes right, it's a 2.5-year process. Since we have a history of hiring, at least in my time, exclusively from our internship program, and I've been here almost 6 years now, I felt uncomfortable with that language on. For example, our Shrewsbury site currently only has one licensed clinician in a position that would be sort of analogous to the clinicians that we're proposing here. So that is something that we did take out. I just want to be really upfront and honest about what that means. Yeah. So please feel free to ask if you have questions.
Got it.
But the clinicians who are master's level but don't have their license, they're still supervised by a licensed clinician, by
They're
licensed
at
clinicians.
150%.
So there are still case reviews.
They're supervised on a weekly basis by me or one of my colleagues, Allison, who was here last time as well, actually primarily me, and certainly the Westborough folks would be me. And there's also any Westborough clinician, any Westborough staff really would be invited to join our clinician group supervision, which includes both our sort of town clinicians as well as our fee-for-service clinicians.
Another question. So I think in the most recent contract, we'd gotten numbers on sort of the expected number of individuals that an individual clinician could support.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, I believe, 20 to 25 per
Yep, that's about right.
clinician. So that's sort of beyond what we're supporting currently now within Westborough Youth and Family Service, I guess. So that's going to involve outreach on your part to the community. I guess you talk a little bit about your outreach program. And
Well, what I'm hoping to do is coordinate really closely with the outreach coordinator to sort of identify great places to go in the community, to meet the right people. Certainly, I intend to develop a relationship either through the support of the outreach coordinator or on my own, or probably kind of both, with the Westborough Public Schools. We already have some level of relationship just because we're neighboring towns and we kind of know each other. But so I can tell you, like in the Shrewsbury community, we get referrals from the schools, we get referrals from Reliant, we get referrals from other local doctors' offices, we get referrals kind of from all over the place. But I would be sort of targeting, again, the existing social service networks, along with sort of those doctors' offices and schools where I know that we typically get referrals. That's going to be, to me, a big part of my initial, like the first 6 months of my role beyond supervising, which, I mean, honestly, I can supervise, it's not real stressful for me. To me, my goal is to get out into the community, to meet people, to make sure people know that we're available as a resource for them, and to make sure people understand this is a service that is free of charge for the residents of the town, that it will not be billed to their insurance, that we want to be available to serve you. And not that I ever want a wait list, but my goal would be to sort of build up a wait list so that, again, I don't want people waiting for services, but I anticipate we'll be able to fill that without any major issue within a couple months.
Got it. No, it's terrific. And I look forward, looking at the metrics that are going to be provided, sort of watching that ramp up.
Yeah.
I don't expect it's going to go 0 to 100, but seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time. I don't anticipate by like the end of let's say the first quarter that we're going to have served 50 clients. Like, that's just not realistic based on where the numbers are now. But I'm hoping that we have full caseloads within like 6 months. Like, again, I can tell you my wait list right now for the Shrewsbury clinic is probably like 6.5 months-ish. I mean, I'm guessing there. So I hate when it goes over that. I hate when it goes over anything, but it's also the way of the world.
Okay. No.
The need is there. I just have to invite people.
Yes, certainly.
The need is
Certainly. Thank you.
definitely
Yes, we're all in agreement. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments?
No, I just want to acknowledge the work of our current employee who's been sort of holding the fort and done a great job to continue to maintain a level of service, working with the clinicians as well. So appreciation for that, and again, very excited for what this represents for Westborough and the need that we have, because it's there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Jen,
guys.
thank you very
Thank you.
much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Christy, thank you.
Do we make the
Is there,
do you want to make the motion on the job description?
Anything to comment on that, Kim, or? I mean, we have it, but I don't know if there was anything you wanted to.
Yeah, so the job description, or the proposal would be to change the administrative assistant position to the outreach and resource coordinator, moving from an N10 to an N13. Just to sort of reiterate for the board, when we review a new job description, we apply certain criteria. So things within that are independence, supervision, experience, education, different criteria within that to determine where that job fits. And then we also look at the market. So we look at other positions in other communities, and to make sure that is sort of like a second check to make sure that we're within that right range. And so we're proposing to make that change to the classification plan using these responsibilities in the job description. As you saw in the documents, this person would be responsible for covering the office 20 hours a week, while the contractor would be responsible for the other 20 hours a week. And that would give the ability for this employee to be out in the community and at different events or meeting with different groups and really doing that outreach and getting resources out to people where they are. So if the board approves it, it would be subject to the town meeting funding, and then also the impact bargaining with the union.
Okay.
So then I would move to approve the job description for the outreach and resource coordinator, and to amend the classification by removing the youth and family services administrative assistant position and adding the outreach and resource coordinator at a grade of N13, subject to town meeting approval of the recommended budget and impact bargaining with the clerical union.
Second?
Any questions? All those in favor? 4-0. Okay, are there any other items that needed to be voted on within this discussion?
No, not at this point.
Okay. All right. Okay. Next, item 5 on the agenda, site plan overview, 85 East Main Street. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
Michael Grossworth with WDA Design Group at 31 East Main Street. I've got Pastor David Bedanza here from the Mission of Grace Community Church.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thanks
So-
for coming.
Basically, I've got, I don't know if you guys have seen the site.
Yep.
plan or not.
Yep.
So basically, there's the existing building at 85 East Main Street, and the church is looking to rent out approximately 2,900 square feet, a few nights, to have assembly 3 nights a week, is it? Thursday, Friday, Sunday. And they have a lease agreement with the owner of that building, who also owns the adjacent building, to lease 25 parking spaces adjacent to, at 95 East Main Street, so they'd have ample parking for 100 people. So basically, what we're doing with the site plan is adding a sidewalk connection from the sidewalk that's already along East Main Street, leading to the front door of the church, so there'll be an easy route for people coming from the other parking lot. The existing site already has ample parking, it has van accessible handicap, so basically what they're doing is leasing 25 spaces from the next store lot. So we're gonna add a sidewalk, we're gonna add some bollard lighting to light it. They've got a new sign that was just approved today.
Great.
So that's gonna go on there, and they've got some signage going up on the building. And that's pretty much where we're at with this. It's, everything else is existing, nothing else is being touched.
All right. Great, thank you. Any questions?
I guess my only question is, the building at 85 East Main Street, the one you're moving into, does that have marked handicap spaces?
It does in the
Okay.
rear. It has one van accessible handicap
Okay,
space and an
'cause
accessible
it could be
route into the
along, for
building.
someone with an
Yeah.
accessibility issue, the walk from the far side of the building next door over could be,
No, they can get in through the rear of the building, yeah.
okay,
There's access in the back.
okay.
Yep. Yep, I may. So first of all, great to see use of the space, so thank you for bringing this forward. Could you just say their hours of kind of operation, a little bit more about the kind of how often it will be used, et cetera?
So presently, our anticipated use would be Sundays at 4 p.m. For our service, which would about 90 minutes tops. And Wednesday evening, 7 to 9, and then maybe Thursday mornings.
Great. Okay. And I was just curious, what's the typical service size when you're having your services?
Well, initially, it's small.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, we anticipate 75 people in that building at one time, and probably not any more than that.
Okay.
And if it did grow beyond 75, we'd either look for a new space or have multiple services.
Sure. Well, that would be a good problem to have, right?
Right.
So, good.
Exactly.
Okay, great. So I do know that, that as part of this process, so this is kind of more a comment to the board, and I guess maybe stating the obvious, that the other departments have an opportunity to weigh in on this. So one of my questions I know they will address is sewer capacity. This is a change of use, so I think understanding kind of that this is aligned with that. I'm sure you guys have already had, I don't know if you did the community one-stop as part of this process. You don't have to respond, but I know that there's a process in place. DPW will comment. I just think that it's important for the board, as we continue to receive site plans that are coming before us, that we understand impacts to a threshold we continue to near, and I know we will be hearing more about that from our DPW director in the coming months. So, but they'll comment on that. I support the project. I'm glad you were able to work out an arrangement with your neighbors for parking, because that was my worry when I saw this. So great planning, and welcome to Westborough, hopefully, once you get your approvals.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No? Welcome.
No, this is probably the most straightforward site plan I've seen, so.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Great, thank you.
Best of luck.
I'm a little new to this
Yep.
process. Is there approval or?
No.
We just give notes to the planning board.
To the planning board.
To the planning
Yep.
board.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you very much.
So,
Yeah,
no,
thank
You
you so much.
you don't need to be afraid of us.
Yeah.
But it sounds like there's one comment there that Shelby had that would pass on.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
yeah,
And
exactly.
The handicap parking.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you
you.
both. Okay, we did that one already. So, item 7, presentation of warrant articles, including the school department. And I guess we're just starting with the school department.
That's our strategy.
Is that a strategy that we
Oh, yeah.
present quickly and get out?
We
right?
turned it up for the
We didn't
schools.
want to turn the air conditioning on.
I'm like, wow, it's warm in here.
Yes,
All right, let's see if
pardon,
this will come up then.
before you get started, yeah, recognize this may be the last time you come
Last time I'll
before
present
us.
My budget
So,
to you, yes.
may I just say, personally, thank you for all you have done for the Westborough schools
Thank
over
you,
your
Sean.
10
That's
years
very
here.
kind.
Seconded.
That's nice. That's
Thirded.
nicer than being like, thank God this is your last presentation. So Anita and I.
For
are
you,
he-
I'm thinking for you.
Anita and I are here to present to you. I thought we would do the capital articles first where there are the questions, and I also have budget available for you. So you've heard the budget presentation at the summit, and I think you've tracked that well. And so I did a little micro presentation on the budget. If you want me to kind of push that through for you, we can do that after capital. But there's a couple important ones to put in front of you for the capital, so can I start there?
Yes.
All right. We were at FinCom on last week and got a variety of votes on the different pieces, and I can update you on that, and really good discussion. So I'm going to dive right in. We have 5 projects that had come through capital that have been part of the capital project, which I feel like I'm always saying thank you for. Kim, Ian, people who serve on that, done a really great job with it. And I think it's stabilizing our long-term planning. We then have the Hastings roof, which came through unanticipated. And with that project, we went through DCAM, and we'll talk about that. But it adds, there's 6 large projects here, which feels really, difficult. And so we start by acknowledging those numbers. They're big, and they're all big roofs and big projects. So meriting a thoughtful conversation on our part. So I'm going to start with the Hastings ADA one. One of the things that we ironed out in the capital process was separating out, and this, I know you know this, but it's good for the public to hear it, making sure that we separated out design while carrying a rough order of magnitude of what we think the cost would be further down the capital planning list, and I think that's been a very good methodology. We did design on this ADA, and then I'm going to talk about when you voted that and what that motion was, because it's something you'll have to come back to and think about. We then put this out, and the bid number, you were carrying $5 million as a placeholder. So we've been carrying $5 million for the last year as a placeholder for what we anticipated the ADA costs might be. Advantageously, it came in at 214, which feels much better than 5. And it's doing a good this is a tight list, but the list of repairs on the interior are pretty comprehensive in terms of accessibility. We won't go in them tonight. I know you have long meetings, so I'm going to keep moving, and I can be better to answer questions with specificity. It's all about the money at this point and your support. So those are where we'll focus. So we had the bid come in at the $2,149,000. We have to layer in a $300,000 contingency. We carried 14% because it's kind of a messy project of lots of little pieces. You're in bathrooms and closets and door jambs, and it's a lot to manage, and therefore we put in a little heavier contingency. And we anticipate doing the estimates that the OPM costs for oversight would be plus or minus some funding around $175,000. We did some initial outreach to find out what that would be. So that brings that total project cost to about half of what we thought we were going to need, the $2,624,000. You have options for consideration of funding. I want to be clear that we stand here because we always seek your support. We try to bring projects forward in a logical way, working in collaboration, and we defer to you on the funding options, and I want to walk through those with you. And then it would be Christy and your job to figure out how you want to move forward with the motion and the request, were you to support continuing forward with this article. You can either amend in 2 existing articles to cover the project, or you could borrow. And I want to talk about both of those, but I think we've been working with Christy. It would require a motion to amend those 2 articles in order to broaden the access for covering the costs, and I just want to talk about that with you, and I'm going to step that through. And Christy, you can hop in as needed. I just want to acknowledge that Christy and Jonathan and Anita and all of us have been working very hard to do what we call, what did you call it, forensic accounting, where we're like in the numbers at this very deep level, and the partnership has been lovely, as it always has been. So let me show you where we are with that. So we've done a lot of articles on Hastings, and I think this is different than the update I sent you. I sent you a PDF, so this has changed. So this is, you're like, wait a minute, this isn't what we
didn't
saw.
see this.
Yeah.
Because I was so excited that I was going to pass over that article and just use the existing funds. Then my friend Christy called me and indicated that, you remember, Amber, that we tightened the scope in the motion. And I want to remind you, because I know you'll remember, that both FinCom and I believe a few select board members felt that it was better to just tighten the scope to approve for design in these 2 articles, because we were afraid we would need more money and you didn't want to make it confusing. So you amended our original request on these 2 articles, FY20 Article 10 and FY23 Article 10. We asked to amend the scope of those articles at those town meetings in 23 to allow us to do the design and the ADA repairs. And there was a lot of discussion about it. And at one point then, I think FinCom forgot, because they're like, just use the money you have. And we're like, great idea. And then we went back and we kind of did the forensic work, and we're like, wait a minute. Working together, the 3 boards last year, we tightened the scope in a motion and just did design. So you have 2 choices. I think there's a better one, and you know I always offer my opinion, and then I defer to you. You have in these articles, and I just want to give a shout out to Anita, who has done all the work on this. You have currently in that FY20 Article 10, which was for all the HVAC work, and then we expanded it to the ADA design. There's $1,375,000, which is available cash borrowed sitting there ready to go. And then there's available to borrow an additional almost $1 million on this article. And then in this article, there's available to borrow $1,329,000. Our recommendation would be you could amend these. This goes back to the original request last year. We tightened down the scope and just did design. But now, because the bid came in advantageously, we have enough money in these 2 scopes. I think if we'd been on the town meeting with a set bid, it would have been the logical move. But because we were afraid we might need to go back, we waited. So I believe that you could amend these, you could do a motion to amend these to allow us to access these funds and move forward on the ADA project, and it covers the scope of the project and would leave about $1 million to look toward the movement of getting started on the HVAC. So that's one of the options you would have. It certainly is a better, and again, opinion, option to access that cash, which is already borrowed, and leverage it to move forward. I'm comfortable with whatever you as a board believe makes the fiscal responsible sense, and I would defer to Jonathan's guidance with Christy to do whatever they hear from bond counsel and whatever. I don't think bond counsel will allow scope just under what it is. It was pretty tightly written, but.
Yeah, so Amber's right, so we can't use it under the current articles. That we're talking to bond counsel to understand if they would allow us to access the available cash to put towards this article, because the way that warrant article is written, it says available funds. So we need to determine if that is an available fund, and then of course we would need approval from the moderator. So that's where, we're in those discussions. We don't have an answer, so we can't make a decision tonight, but that's something we're learning more about.
So just can I ask a clarifying question? And I probably should know this, but for the 1.375 that is available now, already been borrowed, if bond council says we can't change it, it was limited scope, then what happens to that money?
So you would use it for the HVAC work,
HVAC.
which is what the article was intended for.
Right. So originally, we came in and we voted these two articles to accomplish the HVAC.
Okay.
And we got into that whole loop where it just triggered too much funding and shut us past that 30%, where we had to then do the ADA. So after untangling it, we know we have to do the ADA first, then roof, which will get done in collaboration, moving forward kind of parallel, and then the HVAC would be remaining. This is the original money, Shelby, that we voted to do all the HVAC and then got stuck around the ADA stuff. So it's been sitting there for a while. I think, again, it wouldn't, and for you to consider, and I don't think we need to get into the weeds on it until Christie gets all the counsel from bond counsel and you guys sit and look at the numbers. These are the two voted articles. You've got all the same information I have, and whatever you think is the best funding package to support moving the ADA work forward, we accept. We just want support on the article. And your other option would be leave this all for HVAC and borrow the other money, borrow the 2.64 if you want, outright, and leave all the rest of that money sitting there for when we get to the HVAC, and we don't need to ask for anything other than just do the borrow and do the work. So no matter what, we have to do the ADA first. And given where we are with the discussions around costs in the town and different things, you might feel that the better decision for you would be to use cash already available that takes a bite out of the cost and then fund the difference.
Can you go back to the other slide? Thanks.
So the bid came in at the package to do the work from the construction company that's ready to be awarded is the 2.149 to do the work. We then have to carry contingency and an OPM.
Yeah, I just
So
wanna make
that's
sure
where
I
that
get
total comes from.
numbers right.
So you don't have enough. You'd have to, unless you either you can decide, let's say bond council came back and said, yeah, we'll let you use the borrowed already for it. I don't know why they would, but they might. Christie's very persuasive. Legal, always legal, but very persuasive. But you'd then have to borrow you'd borrow the gap and leave the rest for HVAC.
Okay.
I trust all of you. I trust Christie and Jonathan and bond council to give us our best advice. For us from the Westborough Public Schools and from the school committee, who knows I'm saying these words to you, we're seeking your support as a board. And the funding, we defer to you for what it fits into the larger good. All right? Any questions on that article? Let's do them one at a time.
Yeah, so, go ahead.
Just to you, Christie, I think, as you said, just so I clarify though, right now, if we didn't touch these at all, these are already approved, we go to HVAC, they're ready to go in HVAC, we don't need town meeting vote, whatever.
Right.
If we do take the cash, or we're able to do that, or we repurpose the article to take the cash, we're still borrowing that difference anyway. So we're borrowing one way or another. So.
Right.
Okay.
Because those other numbers on the right,
Right, those
it's
would
just
have to-
borrowing
those are just-
authorization.
we've
So
got
we would just leave
authorization
it.
already,
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I have thoughts going in my head. I don't have a final thought here.
I think, again, I think we all know as well that it's important that we arrive crisp and clear at town meeting.
Absolutely.
And we've learned that when motions get too confusing. I always appreciate the quality of discussion here and the complexity, because you guys are paying attention at different depth as well. You need to. And you, Ian, have been along for the ride on a lot of this. I'm sure Kim as well is like, oh, Hastings. But one of your other options would be to consider, there is something to be said about and again, I want what's best fiscally in the total package of what you decide to do for debt, okay? So I'm just putting ideas out here for you guys to carry. If you borrow the 2624 right out, these funds exist, we could we could pull them at some point, beginning with the cash, and start to maybe do some of the because Fred's perspective, and I would go back to him and we would confirm this. I think he's still back there with that tie. He had a great tie on.
He did.
Fred's perspective is that once we show good faith to starting the HVAC work, or I'm sorry, the ADA compliance work, that we could probably move forward with some of the package of the work on the HVAC. And Capital had discussed whether or not we could then maybe do some packaging of that work to keep things moving forward. You know, it's just a level of complexity for what we think we can move through town meeting. It might just be that that number feels too big on top of the others, and therefore the goodwill of utilizing the $1.3 million sitting there works in the favor of the cultural norm of what the town wants to hear. And needs to hear from all of you and as we come forward. So, you know, I'd be happy to talk one-to-one with the Capital people because I think they know that depth of that decision, but I'm handing it to you and we're happy to meet as much as necessary should you have questions. I think it's pretty straightforward.
I had one, and I think it's just my understanding. I'm trying to figure out for this project, sort of the numbers we're looking at here. So it was, 2.44 was the allocation for that original project. So when it says total munis allocation, just under 2 million, that's what we've allocated out of that to the project.
So we have some expended and some remaining of the allocation.
Yeah, how do we get then to, I guess, a cash and a borrow figure that total more? And that I don't quite understand.
She's really good with the money.
So I'm going to tell you, the 1.8 on that bar, on the FY23 Article 10, out of the 1.8 that was allocated at town meeting, there was $506,000 that was also allocated. That was part of that, and that 506 was put into the account that totals at 1.9.
Oh, because they're related projects. Okay, so you
Yeah.
could go from that project, but not the other. Okay. Okay.
So this is the forensic accounting detail that you just want to know that Anita and I at 11:30 at night, our favorite time to work is looking at all of this and untangling it. I think that those two articles became intertwined as we were working on conjoining them for the ADA, and there had been some borrow, as she said, made on that article, but for simplicity of showing it to you, we packaged it in the one.
Okay.
Is there any, and I apologize if you said this, but is there any advantage to the order, meaning, the way I understand it right now, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong here, is that we can't do the HVAC work until the ADA work is
Right.
done? So I was just, that doesn't change any potential logic on like the order of how we do the funding of these, does it? I mean,
No.
no, okay.
I mean, the work is dictated in the order it has to be done.
Yeah.
New roof, gonna happen if it passes, that we're gonna look at in a minute. Move forward on the ADA, which we know we have to do. We've been in this loop a long time. And then the HVAC follows. So the ADA work's probably gonna take 2 years. It'll take a summer, off-cycle work through, we'll take a year in solid. Summer, off-cycle work sessions, night work sessions, and then another summer. And maybe then it might be 2 full years by the time we get it done. So if depending on what you guys make sense for the town right now, we'll then figure out the other steps. If you decided to borrow, and I'm not recommending this, please know I'm not recommending this. That 2.6, if you borrow that right out, then at some point we could overlap moving forward on some of the HVAC work at the same time. But again, all of this has to fit into the larger good of the town vote when we go to town meeting.
So I would just say, we're not going to make a decision tonight, but I appreciate the clarity you're providing here, but even as we're talking about it, I can see the smoke coming out of our heads. So I totally agree with you. So I think it's a balance of what is best for the town financially, right? And simplicity at town meeting, because this this Hastings
Yeah.
project just carries a cloud with it. We all know that, and we know the work has to be done. So simplicity and explanation, I'm preaching to the choir here,
Yeah.
is critical to, and goes well beyond the support of this board or finance committee
Right.
to the voters.
No, I totally agree with you. I mean, I think we have a picture of how to boil it down to a
Yep.
simple explanation. The advantageous bid coming in, and that there is existing funds should you choose to access them to amend. And I don't think we need to do all the history. We do that question by question if they unpack. I think if you try to, we wouldn't do this presentation at town
No,
meeting.
I understand.
But we would streamline it. I think what's most important is the larger package financial decisions that you guys have to make as you're doing your approvals and your funding process allocations. So we'll respond once you have voted with what you want to do to craft whatever presentation we have to have.
Sean.
And if I may.
Ian, then.
Sure. Just a follow-up question. So I have, whatever, 3.67, whatever, remain, with cash and the borrowing allowed, 3,671,908, I think was the total number. With the money expended already, would that cover all the HVAC work at Hastings?
We wouldn't know until we put that out to bid. You know, the design is done, but this amount was what we had voted. I think the HVAC, although numbers are coming in better, but we would have about $1.1 million left out of these against the difference, and it would probably not cover all of it.
No, I guess my question was,
Sorry.
if we decided we were gonna go to a new borrow for the ADA and leave this money here for HVAC, I guess the question was, do we think that just under
Yeah.
3.7 would cover the HVAC work that we?
Yeah, no, I think it would, and what we would do, I mean, I'm guessing it would, Ian, but we haven't, again, we know we bring that stuff out in bid, but the difference in the HVAC work is you can stage it over time. So we could do the vast majority of the HVAC work with this number, and if we had to wait and rotate one section or whether we would do it, we would either do it through budget, like it would depend on where we end up, or a small article 3 years out to like close that gap. But this, well, certainly given how well the ADA came in, I'd be hopeful that this total package would cover what we need.
Okay.
Because we did design already, which was originally
Right.
supposed to be folded into here.
Yeah, and that's where some of the money
Yeah.
spent. Okay, that's
And I guess
good answer. Thank you.
one thing I'm curious about is we've got 1.375 million sitting in cash. I know we put those in accounts that bear interest. No.
No,
So
we
this is
don't.
just- so-
Because it's borrowed.
Because it's borrowed. So that money is costing us money every year now.
No, it's not.
We're paying interest on it.
No, it's in a zero interest, well,
No.
right, because it's borrowed.
Right, it's
Yes.
borrowed, right? So there's a present, sort of sensing where Ian is heading, that it might just be cleaner to do a borrow for this project, which could potentially allow the HVAC to start earlier. And of course, we know earlier is better when it comes to spending and total dollars that go out the door. But if we were going to say we're going to do the ADA work and not start this for 2 years, then I worry, given the interest rate on that component, we're losing buying power off of that.
I don't want to stop your conversation, but
So this is
I understand that this is being presented as an option for the board. I would say that when we develop funding sources, the board actually doesn't vote on that.
Right.
So I would say that we would move forward at the advice of both bond counsel and our financial
Yeah, no,
advisor.
Yeah, makes sense.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And when do you, it sounds like Amber's looking for an answer so she can prepare for town meeting.
No, I'm just here updating you guys.
Well,
and
not
then-
tonight, but I mean, you mentioned that you were hoping.
You're asking for our
Support.
support.
Yeah.
You're asking for our support.
Support
to
for the
the
Yeah,
article.
I'm asking for your support.
Yeah.
My
yes.
support, hidden in that, my personal support is for it. I mean, we've talked through this. It's just, again, looking to our experts to figure out the best way to do it.
Ian,
which is
can
what
I
you're
just ask for clarification?
Yeah.
And Christie, did you finish saying
But-
what you were going to say?
All right. Well, I did
I'm
want to, I
sorry.
was trying to finish, so
Sorry,
my
I'm
thought, to finish my thought, We haven't heard back from bond counsel. And my question is, the 23rd is coming on us quick.
We just asked them today.
Right. No, I'm not,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to figure out is, how do we give you the information in time for you to prep for?
I have Amber's phone number. I mean, that's how I would just tell her how we're going to move forward, because
Okay.
the board doesn't vote on the funding sources of these projects.
But we will vote on the article itself.
You will vote, right.
Right.
So you
We-
can wait for that to be, for the motion at town meeting. You can do it before.
So you wouldn't, in that hypothetical, you wouldn't know our support until that happened.
Well, love your conversations, that makes complete sense. I
Okay.
think I'm talking to you as a unit, but there are different roles, and I recognize that, so I don't want to, we are seeking the approval of the ADA package to move forward, and then it comes to you. And what I'm seeking is your support for the article to move forward. And
At 2624.
yes, and then how we cover that is moved forward through
The process.
through Christie and the financial advisors.
But I guess, so that's what I thought we were starting to talk, what we were talking about, and then we have all these, the chart and the money, and then we're talking about maybe starting, to Alan's point, kind of work on the HVAC, right? So, but that's not, I mean, we've discussed it here, sort
It
of.
follows after the funding.
But we don't know what that's
decisions,
gonna cost
right.
us. We've done the design work, but we don't know what the cost is for that work.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm sharing with you because this is what I put in front of FinCom, because they
Yeah.
asked for a detail on the money. So again, like, I'm keeping parallel presentations with you, recognizing that the funding allocation goes to Christie and the financial group. I just want to make sure that I'm sharing the same thing in each of these groups, okay? And I called my chair today and said, we can't pass over that article. That's what they were talking about at FinCom. So I'm just trying to keep everybody moving forward, okay? So that the information is consistent. This update to you is a correction from what I said at FinCom, because we went down this discussion of they thought it would be advantageous to pass over and use funds we had. And we talked about it on camera, and therefore I'm now bringing forward this update so that you're getting the corrected status of the discussion. Here's what it's going to cost to do the ADA project. I want to seek your support, as the school committee does. And the school committee's message is the funding allocation moves forward away from us. And we just, want your support to get this piece done.
Yeah, I would say I support this project at $2.624 million and look forward to hearing the funding source on town meeting floor.
I would echo Sean's comments.
Echo.
Yeah. All right, thank you. And then Christie is accurate. She gets me information really quickly, and we can create our presentation 24 hours before. She knows that we'll have it ready to go. She's like, 11:30. Her husband is like, why did you take this job? This place is crazy. All right, so this is the I'm going to move on. Sorry, this is taking us so much longer than I thought you probably wanted. That was the hard one. Mill Pond, we were carrying 1.1 million through capital. All in, it comes in just under. It came in at 972, but we had to layer in contingency because the bid didn't carry that contingency. You always have to add it in after. We added 98,000, roughly 10%. So this article is to do the restoration of the Mill Pond roof, which is in very good shape. And Adam is here, should you want to have in-depth roof conversations. There was a lot of conversation about this article at FinCom, and questions about why we made the choice of the type of work. But beyond that, looking towards this, there you can see their discussion, but their discussion centered on whether or not we could wait on this. If you waited on this, you lose the cost of the bid. So you don't lose the design, but you lose the bid cost, and you would have to go back out in the future. So if this is defeated on town meeting floor, the design stands, but the money we put into the bid would be lost. So that's the status of this article. This is an article trying to stretch out the life repair structure of the roofs. Because right now, as you do these, they're kind of all stacked on top of each other. This would be a 20-year warranty on a very large section of a roof that's in good shape. It's 23 years old and we've taken good care of it. It's in the window for this process to seal coat it and get another 20 years. I think it's pretty straightforward, and we would defer to you we'd seek your approval, but recognize that I want to be clear with you that FinCom felt like this is one that we could wait on. And I think they had a 5-3 vote on it.
I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess to that point, residents have asked me, well, why are we hitting all of these building projects? Why do they stack one on top of the other? And part of that is because for the better part of 25, 30 years, town, and with votes by town meeting, voted to kick the can down the road. We can hold off on this a couple of years. We can hold off on this a couple of years. I mean, the Hastings project itself is a good example of what happens, right? There was a consolidated project that would have taken care of everything, and it was like, well, can't afford it this year, so kick it down the road. Next thing, it's separate projects, and COVID hits, and the cost is more than double, and it's taking years.
And the roof gives way.
And the roof gives way and fails, right?
Right.
So here's an opportunity to invest efficiently to extend the life and get better value out of the investment that's already been made in the building, to stagger the larger capital expenses like large roof replacements in a way where we're not kicking the can down the road to the point where restoration is impossible and we're looking at a replacement much sooner than another 20 years. And so it's a chance to sort of smarten up on our expenditures. And I realize it's tough to have big projects bunched together, but that'll continue to happen if we always say, well, let's just kick it down the road a couple more years and see what happens. Every time we've done that, it's bitten us in the budget, right?
Yep. Well, money, things don't get less expensive,
No.
ever. So,
I mean, I recognize the complexity of choices you have to make in your votes. And this came through capital with the planning documents in place. You hadn't anticipated the Hastings roof. I recognize that. So we've now layered in, an additional project into the pile that, didn't get to be in the scope. So that was FinCom's, perspective on it. We will represent this on town floor, recognizing that, we know there's a lot of projects coming forward. I think this is smart because of all the things you've just said. And at the same time, I recognize that there are lots of projects and we added one. I'm going to keep moving because you have a lot to do tonight.
But just a quick question, because we have an expert in the back, though, I think you said. If this was, the roof's in good shape now, I know you can't guarantee anything, but if it was defeated and kicked down the road 1 year, do we think the likelihood of still being able to do this 1 year later is still there, or are we at that cusp of?
First of all, Adam Silent, the Garland Company, also Westborough town resident. It's tough to say. I don't want to tell you yes. The roof and the facility team has done a great job with all the roofs, really, even in some of the conditions that they're in, and they do active maintenance on them. I would be inclined to tell you, yeah, if you did, next year, okay. It usually doesn't turn bad in a year. Alan said it great. I couldn't have said it any better, to be honest with you. With Hastings, that kind of got kicked down the line a little bit for maybe 3-4 years, whereas from kicking it down the line 3-4 years ago, we're looking at 2.2 million. Now you're at 3 point whatever it is. Construction continues to go up. It's going to continue to go up, and my only fear would be if you kick this down the line 3 more years, you're probably not in that window.
Right.
If you're 1 or 2, I think you're pretty good.
Okay.
And we can continue to monitor it, and there's ways to do that with infrared scans, where we can say, hey, the wet insulation isn't expanding, or if it is, it's at a lower rate than we expect, so that's good. And that's, a couple $1,000s that usually comes out of facilities budgets. But it's a good way to monitor it, to make sure we don't get to the point where, hey, you're replacing this and at 58,000 square feet, you go from 1.07 to 3 million pretty quickly.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I think to your cost thing, costs go up, but in my mind is looking at interest rates and inverted yield curve or short-term, we would short-term borrow this to start or whatever, if it's a borrower
Is there a
article.
proposed mechanism?
We may
for-
see
Is there a proposed funding mechanism for this yet? Did I miss that?
Borrow.
Okay.
And would start typically with a short-term borrow, then go to long-term, but it
Okay.
might be, there could be some advantageous rates if we allow short-term rates with the likelihood that they'll fall.
If we were to push this particular project out, and I know we have a few more to talk about here, there is the opportunity at Fall Town Meeting,
Yep. Okay.
to see where the market is at
Yes.
and all those things that you
Yeah.
live and breathe every day.
No,
And
just something
bond
to
council.
consider again. I mean,
Yep.
I am and have been fully supportive of this. I
Right.
think it makes a ton of sense, and to do it, it's really that question of,
I think, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add one thing too. When the bids came in, actually both this and Hastings, it came in historically low for some reason. I think it's because of the way the town has set up design and then bidding stuff out early before, in a roofing season, when summer hits, the closer you get to summer, things go up because contractors already have work done. This came in very, very low. I was very surprised actually when it came in. So just keep that in mind.
That's helpful.
It'll go up a little bit if you kick it down the line for another year, but, are we talking $1 million? No, maybe a couple $100,000, but, you're still in a good spot.
okay, thank you. That's helpful.
I just want to say, we're going to go back, tomorrow night at school committee, we'll be debriefing the feedback we got from both committees and, indicating that you guys will be moving towards decisions on how you vote on these. And again, I think it remains an appropriate option, but we need you guys to fit it into the whole package. Do you want me to keep moving?
Quick question, you mentioned the only sunk costs that will be lost is bid costs.
I don't remember
Could you
what we cost.
name ballpark?
I don't remember. I think it was like 40, I think it was like 30,000
Okay.
all in. Around in that range. It wasn't exorbitant, but, in the choices.
If it's 3%
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
project, that's still a year's worth of interest or something.
We had to do some redesign. That might have been design and bid. I can send you that number. How about that? I'll just make a note. We'll send you that number tomorrow, and we'll be meeting with school committee because they might push us to ask, they want a couple updates, but, and then the high school, you have 3 packages because they're each doing distinctively different things, and we wanted to get the most advantageous bid packages. Somebody could bid on all of them, but they'll probably break apart into different combos. Again, these are for design, and when you spend the money on this, the design will hold. You don't lose that knowledge, and then you can decide when you push those bids out. So you could decide to let this move forward. That'll be getting done so that you might hold off on these projects a little further out. I think in your capital, and you guys can go back and look at it, I think you had then the roof number for these coming in the following year. Maybe those are the ones we go back and do some reallocation. Like if you opted to do if you opted to vote favorably for the Mill Pond one, for example, you might know that you could go back to capital and push out when we do these a different schema of timing, but we could do the design and then have it available. And again, I defer to the capital committee as the decision maker on that. And that's how we came to these choices, which is let's get the design on these done so we have them ready to go. And then you could look at them as 3 separate pieces and decide, yep, let's do them as a package and leave it for next year. Or you could decide to break it apart and give yourself options to extend those numbers out differently across your capital expenditures.
Yeah, I just looked, I think and Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had in capital expenditures worked through that all three would go this year. Then in fiscal year 2026, the C-wing roof restoration, which is similar to Mill Pond, would go forward.
Yep,
Estimated 1.6, but then we had pushed out
the other
rim
two.
and the other two to fiscal year 27.
So again, I think smart decisions, you know, but I think, however you want to package those, could you shift all of those a year? I don't know. But I think those are ones where you have choices that help with the long-term planning. These are pretty straight up. The design for the rim, which is that giant thing that goes out, it is structural. It's got beams and things in it and all sorts of stuff. They'll be capping it, which will keep it from deteriorating. It'll be watertight and will give us a 30 to 40 year. The C-wing, which is a large section, will be done with the seal coat to give us extension on that and push that out a long ways. And then A and B need complete roof replacement. They're heading towards 52 years old.
And if we look at the high school in total, right, there's also a D-wing. Are there any other roofs?
So if you look at the picture of the high school, they call that D-wing, but it's part of a larger roof framework. Adam, do you have it in your mind which one is A, B, and C? I should have got that.
Yeah, we showed it.
C's the new,
A and B is
This,
home structure. that you
Right in
talked
front,
about,
yeah.
And
Okay.
then there's like a pit down below.
Yeah.
Right down there. C-wing is the roof, I think that's the science wing.
yeah, right in here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes that T at the end, and then there's a roof on the other side to the back side of the football field. That's included in that as well. It covered those A, B, and C encompasses everything.
Yeah.
okay. And C
Okay.
would be basically the new roof on the addition,
Yeah.
Which is hence the
Yeah.
22-year-olds.
which is
Yeah,
22 years old,
yeah,
like done at
exactly.
the same time as Mill Pond.
Okay.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So again, a package that gives you that roof taken care of, and I
Another
think
20 years.
I forget how many square foot that's a big chunk of stuff.
A and B is bigger than B.
Yeah, A and B, it's big, so. All right, any questions on these?
So Ian, just on the CapEx, you were saying pushing that up, the discussion was around the construction, not the design.
Yeah, we had the design all
Slated
recommended
for
in
this
this
year.
year. So
Okay.
this was recommended by the capital expenditures,
Yep.
but I think in talking with the school department, I was just looking at how we had proposed it out there, and
Yep.
it was, again, it was talked about spacing it out.
Right, and
that way.
I think that always remains, as part of the
Yep.
discussion, and if you were anticipating moving Mill Pond, then if you voted that direction, then you should make other moves potentially.
Exactly, it's all fungible, but that was kind of the
Sure.
thinking, how to balance things out,
Yep.
looking at why we're doing the capital planning out in future years.
Right,
Yep, okay.
so that's that, it would basically be dealing with it would be touching all of the roof and giving us the longevity. And then we come to the surprise roof. The surprise roof came in at 3,758. We carried 384.8, approximately 10%. And we will cover the OPM and the contingency in that. That's tight, but we don't know what the exact cost for the OPM will be. It would still leave it, Anita's anticipating, we got some estimates on OPMs. That would still leave about 6% in contingency, and the other portion would cover the OPM. So we didn't layer, so that total package is the 41428 for that roof repair. We've talked about this before, it pretty much did an extensive set of damage. And I think the concern is that it just hit everywhere, because the roof at this point is so porous, because the rubber is just kind of so degraded. So now currently we do an inside and outside monitor during storms, so we can be responsive. So we got some poor soul up on the roof, and then we've got a couple people inside. One of the pieces that I don't think I told you was that in the design, these little pits here, that's how the fire people feel about them, but they're courtyards. We will be putting emergency railing around these, because if you were on a smoky roof, you could just walk right into those. So when they did the design, they picked up what they thought was a safety hazard, and they built in the railings, which feels really good.
Yes.
Any questions on this project? It's pretty straightforward. The bid is open. We're ready to award it. If this vote goes forward, the roof will be done by end of summer.
That'll be done.
I guess, Amber, was there any other damage as a result of the failure? That,
So everything that happened in the interior goes through insurance claim.
Okay.
Shout out to our town colleagues. They're very, very good, and our insurance work is very succinct. And of course, our fire department's amazing. All of this has been repaired. You know, it's again, you're up against future losses where you're fighting an uphill battle. We got lucky in that a lot of our the walling, you know, what the heck do you call it? You start losing baseboard and wall, you have to start doing cuts. Like, we didn't have to do any of that. It's ceiling work. We had all the mold tests. Everything came back clean because we moved really quickly. We lost a lot of ceiling tiles, but we didn't lose walls where we have to cut them out and start fresh, because the wall material gets wet. So we avoided that, and we lost some material. Floor tiles also become problematic. They all then pop up later. We moved so quickly, and we haven't had more come in, that right now we're fine.
thank you.
Fingers crossed.
But
Fingers
in the
crossed.
recent heavy rainstorms, you've got multiple people in the building and someone standing up in that rain and wind on the roof.
Yeah,
In case there's a problem, we can respond quickly.
just to
That's-
keep
I just want
things open.
to reiterate that to the public, that that's the level of risk the building's at.
Or we just want to make sure we can save interior materials and
Yeah.
be there. And you don't want to come in to teach the next day and find out that the water that came in was right over your desk, or your book supply, or your cabinets where you've got all your materials supplied. So they're in there to
Cafeteria,
protect the
food.
investment of their colleagues, and they've done a really nice job. So those are the capital projects. You know, it's just hard to put these numbers in front of people. And, you know, the good news is, I guess, it would leave us, as these move forward with all of our roofs touched and moving to a better place of having them all complete for care, and them staged out a little differently in terms of what needs would be happening in the future, which is good news.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Sorry, I do have one. I know we had to bid these out separately, Mill Pond and Hastings. Did the bids low bids go to different people, or were there benefits that we got because a company could come and bid them together?
I think that you're always going to get best, well, they're different, they're all different. Like the Hastings was the DCAM, so it can only be for Hastings, and it can only be bid that way because that was an emergency repair process. When you look at the high school one, because they're doing different things, we figured it was better to break that bid across because they're three distinctively different types of design work. Somebody could, you know, we think we get better advantageous bids when we put them out like that.
Yeah.
They go out at the same time, so somebody could bid on all three and then opt to package them together for us. That's really, I think with, you know.
I guess where one of my thoughts was going is, right now, we have that C-wing roof restoration.
Oh, you're saying the
pushed out to
restoration
next
will be get a
year.
better package.
If we move Mill
Interesting.
Pond, would someone bid
I have
both?
no idea.
And would there be any potential
Yeah,
cost savings if
I
we
could
bid both?
answer that. As far as the short answer is no, because the way contractors look at different projects, C-Wing is down the street from Mill Pond, so they're gonna look at it as two separate setup stages, and they're gonna have dumpsters in different areas, and that, for some reason, that throws them off. And they're gonna treat them as separate projects, so that whatever pricing you get on Mill Pond, you're probably gonna get, you know, there's different roofs, you're gonna get
Okay.
relatively the same on the high school. I can tell you on the bids that came in, I think the same contractor was low on both, on these, on Mill Pond and Hastings, I think. I'm not, I see the bids, but I don't know the whole process that the engineers and the architects go through as far as references and checking stuff for the town. yeah, there's advantageously, no, it's, the bigger the something is and it's a singular project, that's when you get better pricing. I think that's why you're seeing Hastings pricing coming in pretty nice. But when they treat them as separate entities, yeah, no, you get the same pricing.
I don't think we covered it, or if you said it, I missed it. The Mill Pond restoration, would that be able to be completed this summer?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
yeah.
Amber, I guess what my question would be also is, and perhaps you said this, I apologize if you did. How long does design work, how long is it effective for? You know, if, for example, one of the design bids wasn't voted at town meeting, you know, or let's say they're all voted in, but the work doesn't get voted in the next town meeting to do, or, you know, the work that was designed.
Sure.
How long does that work last?
I think design holds for quite a while. I mean,
Okay.
at least 3 to 5 years. It's basically the engineering designed to do the project. Unless you change the scope of the project,
Yeah.
you should have a window on design. And the change, are you coming back? Yeah. That the change is really the cost when we put it out to bid. But
Yeah, the only thing that would change is if the state of Mass, it's, for us, as far as roof design goes, if they change the insulation thickness requirement, right now it's an R30, so you're roughly 5.2 inches. If they change that, things could change from there because your flashing heights change, where you're getting into walls and into windows that interfere with the height of the roof, the actual top of the roof. But like Amber said, I don't see that happening. 5.5 inches is pretty high for a base layer of insulation on a roof. It hasn't changed in half a decade at least, so I don't see it changing from this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, we are looking at, yeah, you just cursed that one. Well, I mean, the town is looking at becoming, you know, a climate action leading community, and as part of that, one of the requirements is that we do comply with the latest state code and specifically on green, you know, insulation.
Yep.
I don't know if that would change that particular instance, but it may be a risk that we do. So maybe that's a selling point to do it now as opposed to later.
Yeah, and actually restorations, from a climate standpoint, they're wonderful because we're not taking, 60,000 square feet of insulation that's actual foam, that there's not much you can do with it. You can recycle it, but most guys don't, and throwing it in a landfill. You keep that on the roof, and then you build a liquid applied roof on top. So, environmentally, it's the right choice as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was all the articles. Did anybody have any budget questions? I don't think anything's changed since.
No, FinCom voted our budget 8-0 in favor the other night.
I had no questions.
And if you have questions, we can answer them, but I think you have a lot of other items to cover. And you have seen, it's basically, the short story of our budget. It's all salary. All the money's in salary. And
I guess before you start to go through it, does anybody have any questions? We all good? We
it
can probably
hasn't
stop.
changed.
We
It
can probably
hasn't
stop you
changed.
there.
It's all the same.
Thank you.
All right?
All right, no, we're all
You
good.
know, this is my I'm going to unplug this computer, and I'm pretty excited about
Come on,
that.
more questions, more questions.
She's going to go down to the lobby and do a happy dance.
I'm gonna go see what's going on with all the votes in town. Yeah, I've got to get a new school committee member.
Yes.
So, thank you very much.
Well,
All right, take care.
Superintendent, before you
Christina,
go, thank
I'll
you
be
very
like-
much.
Oh, thank you. That's weird, yeah, very weird. Thank you. Yeah, Christy, we're gonna be like shoulder to shoulder. This is to keep us very tight.
You're not done yet.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, next, we have the approval of the implementation plan for the proposed waste management program.
Yes, so I did a presentation at the last meeting related to the recommendation for the waste management program, which is to continue with the transfer drop-off as we currently have it, but including pay-as-you-throw. So what I presented to you identified about a $42,000 savings. And that really was, in looking at the budget as proposed, so a savings to the anticipated FY25 budget. In looking further back at the tonnage that we typically base our budgets on, we've actually further reduced this budget. So you have in your budget table, and you received from me an updated landfill budget, which actually brings it below the FY24 budget. So the total budget is about $809,000. That is not specific to the pay-as-you-throw, but really just an update to the total landfill budget, understanding that this was this structure is the option that does not require additional funding. So the implementation plan that you have in front of you is for, it's created for the purpose of submitting for a grant through the Department of Environmental Protection. This implementation plan is due to them on the 15th, so Friday. We are still waiting for comments from our representative at DEP, and so the request for the vote is that you authorize us to finalize it and send it to the DEP to meet our grant application obligations. You'll note, though, that in the proposed motion that it commits the town to pay-as-you-throw for a period of 2 years, which is also a requirement of the grant. So as you know, we're working with Harvey's on a proposed contract that would become effective July 1st. That's typically a 1-year contract, or has been in the past, and we're looking at doing a multi-year contract. So certainly would include those 2 years of pay-as-you-throw.
Right. Thank you. Any questions?
I would just say there's sort of a lot of, so I want to thank Christy and Jen, who's here as well tonight, for their work. I think there's a lot of like sausage in this implementation document, and I think that will be better fleshed out. And I would anticipate the board will get a preview of that prior to, as we think about the actual implementation of how we educate the public on the pay-as-you-throw process and changes. So there's a lot in here that I'm sure the board will have questions about it. I don't want to ask those questions tonight. You may be inclined, but I don't think now is where we're at. And I'm very happy with the numbers. So
Yeah.
that's great news.
Can I just ask a question? I know we went through this last time, but I honestly don't fully remember, but people ask me the question. But the pay-as-you-throw that would start July 1st is only for those that are still using the transfer station, those that are paying for Tidy Town at this point in time will not.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. They will have to pay as you throw.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So at the, I think that, we should be honest about the fact that we would anticipate pay as you throw into that program at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But the initial implementation would be transfer station.
So understanding Shelby, and I'm glad to hear that the idea is this is a work in progress. We'll see it as it continues to go through the process.
No. Yeah.
Okay, sorry,
No,
did I
go ahead.
misunderstand something?
No.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that I think that there's a lot of detail in this implementation plan. I think that there's a public process to this board, and then obviously in the educational aspect of this program that we're not prepared to talk about tonight, but this document is necessary for us to get the grant underway.
Okay.
And so if we don't want the grant, then, which I don't think we should go down that path, then we wouldn't sort of have, if you will, this kind of pressure of the plan. But I think the grant is, I think, a fairly minimal lift relative, to what we're looking to achieve here. But certainly if you have questions, we should talk about them.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the work that's been done here. There's a lot of information to, as you called it, sausage, to look at here. And I'll just make just one initial observation, Christy, that I mentioned to you earlier. The national census for the town of Westborough has us listed as 7,952 households. So it's a significant difference to the 6,400 that's currently listed in the document. I do understand how we get to the 3571 households that participate in Wheeler collection, but I do, just out of curiosity, we're missing, with the current number of 6,400, we're missing 2,900.
No. The difference is that apartment complexes aren't residential when it comes to waste management. They have private contractors.
Dumpsters.
And dumpsters.
Okay.
So they count in our household inventory for the number of household units we have, but they're not residential users of
And if
waste
they
management.
chose to use Harvey's as their contractor, would that count against it?
No. If it's a commercial contract,
Yeah,
it's by the Board of Health, it's
Okay.
totally
So
separate from
that-
this.
that helps
This is
clarify.
residential customers.
Get it, but the 6,400, according to, I'm thinking that that is still incorporating, or is that's 6,400 is not including those large.
The commercial.
the large
Right.
commercial.
One to
Okay.
three
Okay.
families, right?
That's
Okay.
correct.
One
And
to, 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 families?
1 to 3.
1 to 3.
1 or 3
1
are
to 3.
included here.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
that's it.
Right? Did I
So-
say that?
So an apartment
Wait,
building
wait,
that has
Jen,
4.
did I say that
An
right?
apartment building that
believe
has
so,
4 units in it would not be part of this.
Right.
They would fall under commercial, and they would have a dumpster, and that falls under a commercial arrangement.
If they did have a dumpster, or otherwise they could, the residents in that building could
No.
get a sticker and go
No,
down.
Jen, can you come up?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's, that part of this is not new, but Jen
Yeah,
can speak to
it is confusing, because
Yeah, I'm
we
just
think
trying to-
households, right, and we don't differentiate based on trash or waste.
Yes, so
Hi,
it
Jen.
is definitely 3 family and under that is included in that number. But some, and not all, well, not all 3 families are going to be part of this number because they are considered commercial in the public health side. So depending on what the landlord chooses to do, that's if that number is
So
accounted for.
that's yet another layer of this. So you could have, what I'm hearing you say is you could have a 1 to 3 family, and the landlord says, I'm going to use a commercial arrangement. And so they would not be included in the 6,400
Correct.
households.
Right.
To be clear, though, residents in any household can access the transfer station today, and will be able to tomorrow, but in this new contract, for recycling services. And-
Any resident in
and-
Westborough.
If they're in an apartment.
Even,
Yeah.
right,
They can pay.
right.
Yeah,
And correct me if I'm wrong, they could also have a sticker for waste disposal.
Correct.
They have to pay for that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I guess a follow-up question on the sticker piece of it. As I've said before, enforcement, I think, is the biggest problem here. I hear constantly about people who know about people who've given a second sticker to their brother that lives in Shrewsbury.
Yeah, we recognize that.
And we have the data to prevent that. I'm hopeful that as this moves forward, and I realize this is kind of the first pass at this, so not now, but maybe in the years to come, that we somehow put together the data that shows an excise bill, meaning a registered vehicle that's in the town of Westborough, as a legitimate vehicle, perhaps a barcode in that sticker, so then when they drive into Harvey's, click, you're either a valid disposer here at Harvey's or you're not. Because I think that is a real portion of the excess tonnage that we're being charged.
Well, now
So-
they're
so
going to be
that's-
subject to pay as you throw now.
What's that?
Even if what changes now, though, is if there is one and we don't catch it, which hopefully we do, and people don't do it, but if they do, they're going to have to buy Westboro pay as you throw bags.
Sure,
to
but that's
leave anything
that's
in.
pennies on the dollar, $1 or $2 a piece. Somebody will go buy those.
I want to throw away less.
But I think,
What I'm talking about is the guy
I
that's
don't
out
have
of town
time.
who's got his buddy's sticker and is coming in here. He doesn't care about spending $3 on a couple of bags to throw out his household
but-
trash. That's my point.
but to your point, Patrick, we do recognize the enforcement is the most important piece, right? And so part of our discussion with Harvey's has been around enforcement and ways that we can do enforcement, and not exactly what you've described, but the idea of understanding the correlation of license plates is something that we're exploring. So exactly what you're saying.
Perfect. That's great to hear.
Yes.
And I think,
That's good
Pat-
to hear.
yeah,
That's what I wanna
Patrick,
hear.
I think the real cost is the buddy who's in another town who's a contractor, who's walking in there, and he's not putting his stuff in the blue bags.
Correct.
You know, so.
Yeah, hopefully they're coming in a truck and they're getting weighed when that happens,
Well,
right?
I think there's no question, just to reiterate, and then we could talk about 100 different scenarios.
yeah.
Enforcement is important. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christie, some of this sort of falls under both just conversation with Harvey's Waste Connections, but also part of our negotiation with them. So we want to make sure we're not kind of negotiating here, because that would be an executive session.
And then just one other last question, I guess, is around the Wheeler-Brader piece of it.
Yep.
So I see data has changed here on the page 4. It talks about Wheeler-Brader contract. The town has a budget of $380,900 per year. And in the below that, in the current program table, the updated Wheeler-Brader disposal went from 325,432 to 314,620. I'm just wondering which number is, am I not understanding it?
That's how we lowered some of the costs, right?
They're both current program numbers, right? Or it was, one's a budgeted number and one's what we foresee it being in the future. Is that a better way to think of it?
So it's actual, I think.
Yeah, so
I thought the first chart was actual and the second was projected.
yeah, so the Wheeler-Brader is, so I guess I don't know if I understand your question. So Wheeler-Brader, we pay a certain number per ton. There's actually this was an updated number based on the current Wheeler-Brader number. Which numbers are you asking?
Well, so
about
right above the
cost of?
table, it says, current program financed through $85 a year sticker. I'm going with the crossed out version. And taxes paid for the Wheeler-Brader contract, the town has a budget of $388,900. Then down in that table, about halfway down, it says Wheeler-Brader disposal, $314,620. And I'm just wondering, educate me here. What's the difference between those?
I'd have to work with our DEP technical assistance representative has put these numbers together, and I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why there are two numbers here.
Okay.
Oh, she changed the, well, you probably won't.
But even the number before wasn't 3,889.
But that's why the vote is to finalize, is to allow us to finalize.
Continue to move forward, yeah, finalize, okay. But I just,
I would move to enter into a contract beginning July 1st, 2024 that includes pay-as-you-throw for a minimum of 2 years, and further to authorize the town manager to finalize and submit the implementation plan.
I have a question on the motion before somebody seconds it, if it's okay. It talks about pay-as-you-throw for a 2-year period. I'm wondering if we should have the language for a minimum of 2-year period.
That's what
It says for a minimum of 2 years.
I know, I'm wondering if we shouldn't have that, remove the minimum, saying only contract for 2 years.
You're not voting on the actual contract tonight. You have to do a minimum of 2 years in order to be eligible for the grant. So if you don't want to commit for 2 years,
Right,
then
but if you said, if the motion was pay-as-you-throw for 2 years, you would meet that requirement, because your contract is still 2 years.
Right.
What I'm saying is the contract.
But that would preclude a longer-term
Long-term
contract with
contract
greater
could save us
potential
money.
savings.
Right.
We're saying a minimum of 2.
We're just letting them
I
negotiate.
guess I'm not understanding, Patrick. What's your concern with the minimum?
Well,
of
I'm
2?
wondering if there's a need to reassess this in a quicker, shorter time period to see how it's working for the town.
But we can't if we want the grant.
No, you can if you contract for 2 years. It's saying that you have to, that grant, to be grant eligible, you have to have a contract for at least 2 years.
Right.
So contract for 2 years, I'm not
Yeah.
objecting to
Yeah.
that, right? But if you, based on this motion now, the contract could come back as 4 or 5 years. And what I'm saying is there not a need to come
but you're
back?
not authorizing entering into a contract at this
I know
point.
that, but we're giving you guidance in this motion to go forward and at a minimum negotiate 2 years.
You're only allowing me to do this. So so the negotiations, there will be executive sessions related to all of the terms of those contracts.
So this is truly just a
Yeah, I
we
don't
are
wanna
agreeing to a minimum of 2 years for pay-as-you-throw,
Which qualifies
really
us for the
with
grant.
DEP, right, Christie? And it's really with DEP ultimately to be implemented at,
So then
I don't want- I don't wanna
so then now I have additional questions about the motion, because move to enter into contract to me says we're actually approving the contract we're approving a contract beginning on July 1st of 2024 that includes pay-as-you-throw. What you just said to me, Christie, the way I understood it, is really that second part of it is to authorize the town manager to finalize and submit the implementation plan. If we're just voting on this.
Yeah, but we can't get a grant.
You have to commit to a minimum of 2 years for the grant.
But
So
no,
if you don't want to, we just wouldn't
the
be
move
eligible.
the move to enter into a contract isn't authorizing anyone to sign a contract.
It's
It's
basically
to
saying
start.
we are going to contract.
It means it's a signaling intent that we are going to contract, we're going to negotiate.
Because we
Okay,
have
so
to.
maybe
Because
it's
we
just
have-
entering
we
into
have to-
contract negotiations,
Well-
maybe what the motion should say.
No, it has, you have.
This is the wording we need for the grant.
Okay.
My
I
motion
don't think
stands.
we're, what?
Yeah, this is just to get the grant.
So, second.
I don't think
Okay.
we're,
You guys seem like you feel comfortable with it, I'll support the rest of the
Yeah.
board.
I don't think we're abdicating any of the board's responsibility here as it relates to
Contract
the
negotiations.
contract negotiation with the, in this case, the transfer station, that being Harvey's.
And if we want to
But we are,
discuss,
I'm sorry,
the
we are
length-
making a commitment
to do
to
it.
pay-as-you-throw as outlined in the implementation plan.
Correct.
That will be finalized.
and I think the discussion about how long of a contract we want, so that we have a review period, would be part of our negotiating discussions in executive session. And we can address those concerns and those issues there.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
So I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? 5-0.
Good
Okay.
questions.
Thank you for all your work on that
Yes.
and for moving this forward. Next, approve job descriptions, classification plan amendments effective fiscal year 2025 for the recreation director, program coordinator, library director, and library assistants.
Okay. So in your packet, you have 4 job descriptions that we're seeking your approval to amend, subject to funding at town meeting. As of these discussions, we've been presented and they're included in the FY25 budget. We can just take them one by one, I think. The first one is we're looking to amend the library director job description, and you have a marked up copy in your packet. And when we then reviewed, as Christy previously mentioned, the updated job description against our job evaluation criteria, we believe this would be appropriately reclassified. It would actually move up a grade. So if you were to approve it, we are also recommending that it move from a S7 to an S8 position, classification.
So
S or
question.
N?
So the library director reports to the library board of trustees, so they should determine the language here, or are we just determining?
No.
Like,
You have in the bylaws, you have the authority to approve all HR-related items, so the job description. So similarly, you approve changes to the director of planning job description recently.
got it.
All of these proposals came through the program improvement request in the budget process, and the trustees were supportive of the library's budget, which included these adjustments.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
So do you want to take them description by description in case there's any comments?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, questions on the library director?
I said one, I mean,
Yeah.
you said S7 to S8 in what we had here, was still classified as an S22. Was that just an old?
Yes, that goes back to the
Okay.
To the
Prior.
before times.
But even though it said that, it really was,
Yes.
it got moved. to
Yes,
the
on the
before
current
epoch.
schedule, it was S7.
So 22 became 7, and
Yes.
then now we're making.
Perfect.
Now it's 8.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfectly logical.
That's it, the new math, okay.
So I move to approve the job description for the library director and to amend the classification plan to reflect this position as grade S8, subject to town meeting approval of the recommended budget.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? 5-0.
Okay. Continuing another position in the library assistant classification. We made some minor updates to the job description. And again, understanding a couple of pieces are increased complexity of transactions with patrons, largely around the expanded use of technology, both on the library side as well as patrons coming in with devices. And then additionally, something that's probably different today than when this may have been originally classified, the library assistants, given the technology at hand, actually assist with some work that in years past might have been done by reference staff. So looking at the expansion of the scope, their responsibilities have increased. The other thing I will point out in this job description under the physical demands, because they're moving books around, they fall into a higher, their physical demand category is higher.
Sure.
So this one, with these changes, we believe it would be appropriately classified at an N10 on the union schedule, and it remains at the H2 on the non-union. They have a mix. The full-time positions are union, the part-time positions fall in the non-union hourly schedule.
Okay.
There was a quick question. So recently, there was also was it a social media position?
Right, we're not bringing that forward at this point.
I'm sorry, did you say union is the part-time?
No, union are the full-time.
Okay.
That's the N10.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I would move to approve the job description for the library assistant position and amend the classification plan to reflect the position at grade N10, subject to town meeting approval of the recommended budget.
Second.
Okay. Celia, you choose. Okay. Thank you. All right. All those in favor? 5-0.
Okay, continuing. So moving on to the Recreation Department. Evaluating the Recreation Director's job description. I think you are well aware that we have, over the past couple of years, expanded really the size of the Recreation Department, if you will, by the Rec Director now oversees the golf club, golf operations, the additional staff associated with that, with the upcoming move, excuse me, to the community center, all that goes with the programming, the increase in financial transactions, additional staffing. We believe with the changes that are in the job description, it would be appropriate to reclassify that from an S6 to an S7.
Yeah. Any questions?
So when we're looking at the budget pages, just so I understand, so the change in salary 52,054, that's a combination of the part-year coordinator position and this?
Yes.
Okay, and those will,
But the PIR is just the new position.
right, yep, okay. Okay, but, and I apologize, I don't have the PIR value. Could you just, someone who has the budget book open, tell me what that is?
Well,
The amount that was approved.
so the PIR value was 62,745. Only half of that was incorporated into my recommendation, so 31,350,
Okay, so,
370.
okay. So,
Are you trying to figure out what the cost is?
yeah, I'm just trying to understand the cost increase on the salary and wages line for this change.
So sorry, so if you
That's a
actually look
department.
at 50 here, if you look at this.
5101, right?
Sorry.
If you
we
look at
didn't know that.
5101, that would be at the current rate, and that's what that proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. Sorry, you guys.
So I
didn't
should
bring
say that. So it
Yep.
was at the current rate, or the current classification, it's 104,661, and at the proposed, it's 106,518.
Okay, so I would move to approve the job description for the recreation director and amend the classification plan to reflect this position at grade S7, subject to town meeting approval of the recommended budget.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0.
Okay. And the last in this batch is our proposed amendments to the Recreation Department Program Coordinator job description. You may recall when we began talking about the community center and identifying positions, we were using, I think, facility community center manager is a working title. As things have evolved and with discussions with the recreation director and looking what we believe will be the actual need, we believe the existing program coordinator largely covers what the additional position that she's seeking would also be doing. So we did update this. We made some updates to the job description, and the idea here is that the existing position would continue, and we would have a second position which would really allow for coverage, and there would be opportunity for more dedicated time programming and supporting the work at the community center. You'll note within the job description, it also talks about working with and collaborating with other departments, so anticipating the senior center being located there, as well as some work that's already begun doing some cross-departmental programming with the library and also with groups in the community.
Just for clarification, under supervisory responsibilities, so this description is not just for the the community center coordinator. This is for this position of which we already have one, right?
Right.
Okay, so.
We're not distinguishing.
Right.
That there's a
Yep, no, that makes sense. And so currently, our program coordinator does supervise temporary and seasonal staff and volunteers, et cetera, right? And it would be expected that this same person different building would be doing the same. So that is still in scope for this position.
Yes.
Okay.
The prior job description, well, that position, present day, does supervise some of those staff and particularly vendors and other contractual arrangements. The job description did not state that, so we added it because it is what is happening today. And then we expect that would expand as we expand that model of using part-time seasonal temporary staff.
Yeah, and we have someone doing that now, so it's important that that's in there. Yep, great, okay.
And these changes do not result in adjustment in the pay grade. So this remains, it would just be accepting the changes if you're so inclined, and then amending the classification plan to add a second position.
I move to approve the amendments to the recreation program coordinator job description as presented, and to amend the classification plan to reflect the addition of a second position, subject to town meeting approval of the recommended budget.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? 5-0. Okay. So that is agenda item 9. Agenda item 10 is approved job descriptions and classification plan amendments. Assistant plumbing inspector, assistant electrical inspector, DPW maintenance craft person, cemetery division.
Yeah, we tried. We couldn't make that title any longer. Maybe I'll start with that one. So we have a position in the cemetery division that was revised last August. It is the maintenance craft person 2. So we had the lead person, which is the supervisor, the maintenance craft person position, and this is that level. While it doesn't have any direct supervisory responsibility, when the lead person is absent, this is the person who steps up and assumes some of those responsibilities. We have advertised and have interviewed and have been challenged, and by we, the DPW, the director, to identify, we've had some strong candidates, but they don't possess the licensing requirements, specifically the commercial driver's license. In speaking with the DPW director, because this is the higher level position, what we're proposing, he's not necessarily interested in amending the job description and allowing for a period of time to obtain the license, but he's looking for the ability to hire either a maintenance craft person 2, which is classified at a W5, that's the grade, or a W4 if he has a suitable candidate. And what you may recall, we recently amended those job descriptions. Someone who's coming into that has a year to obtain the necessary license. So the idea would be hire them at the lower grade, and then upon attainment of the required licensure, then they would be eligible for promotion. So we're not talking about actually adding any additional positions, adding any bodies. It's really providing flexibility based on what the candidate pool looks like, and frankly, not missing out on some potentially really good, strong candidates who just don't have the license.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense to give, I think, the DPW director the flexibility to hire the staff that they need and to develop them, you know, in their work as well as through licensure. So that's great.
Yeah, so for this one, it would just be a motion to amend the classification plan, and we would note that it's an either or, and it's not an actual additional position. It's not funded, only one position is funded in the budget.
Do you want a motion on this one independently? Sure. Okay. So I would move to amend the classification plan by increasing the cemetery maintenance craft person 1 position count by 1 to allow flexibility in filling either grade W4 or W5 position.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so the last two, there are two distinct job descriptions, but we have in our inspectional services department and community development, we have permanent staff who are a wiring inspector, as well as permanent position that's a plumbing and gas inspector. Historically, if those individuals are unavailable, if they're on vacation due to illness, whatever it is, we need backup. We have historically allocated in the expense line a small stipend and have had somebody who's basically available on an as-needed basis. In reviewing this, we feel that it would be better both for the town and better for the individuals performing the work if we moved off of the stipend and move the positions onto the classification plan and effectively treat them as temporary employees. It's not so much an issue when it's one inspection here or there, but when we get into a situation where we might need coverage during a medical leave or a longer term vacancy, having these positions classified would allow us the flexibility to bring them in and pay them at an hourly rate. Obviously, that's subject to funding that's available in the budget. We would move the expense line into the salary line, similar to the senior center has a line for substitute backup minibus drivers. The library has a line for substitutes when their staff are out. So we're looking to create a similar structure here.
And I appreciate the review. I noticed we took out the line related to technical support at the request of the town manager. Was just trying to picture how that worked.
So just to speak to that, because these are really meant to provide backup in the things that are critical and can't wait. That's our intention, that we were trying to strip out some of the things that would not necessarily fall to somebody who, when we have an emergency and need to get them out there. So the more administrative, office, consulting support, if you will, to other town departments, we were trying to tease that apart.
And I did see this job description was a little dated, so that may have had something to do with it as well.
Yeah.
So that's Just got a little chuckle out of it.
Can I ask, maybe I'm missing something, so I'm looking at the assistant plumbing inspector. Why would this position be subject to annual reappointment if it's a temporary position? I mean, I think the obvious, to my own question, is if it overlaps from from an appointment cycle period, but why would we have that in there since it's temporary?
Well, we're distinguishing, what the intent there is to distinguish that it's not a permanent, and that we would potentially annually identify an individual who's willing to work on an as-needed basis. And from year to year, if that changes based on availability, it's sometimes...
You know what, I was thinking of it in the opposite way, so forget my question. Okay. But is it possible then, I guess, to your example, we start with someone and they can't really fulfill this role, we could...
Yes.
Appoint someone new?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right now the position doesn't exist on the classification plan, so we don't have any ability to hire someone.
And oversight, I probably missed it, but it's in here, is by the community development director?
Yes,
Or,
building commissioner.
Yeah, building commissioner, sorry. Yep.
Which is in our case.
Yep. Although we're splitting that out now in an article, so.
So move to approve the assistant plumbing inspector job description as presented and to add the position to the classification plan at grade H4, and further move to approve the assistant electrical inspector job description as presented and add the position to the classification plan at grade H4.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? All right, Kim, thank you for the work on
Thank you.
this.
Thank you.
Okay, next, fiscal year 2025 budget update.
I'm just going to plug in here.
Yep. Sorry.
It's only a couple of slides.
Actually, this is not in our packet, right, the presentation?
Correct. So this is just an update. So as you know, there were a few things that we were waiting on in terms of things that we hadn't been determined yet. So as there was one of the major things was the results of our borrow. At the time of your last meeting, we were actually projecting a $994 increase to the average single family. The results of the borrow combined with the decrease in the landfill budget, and then also a review of our estimated receipts. So when we first look at our estimated receipts, we're in the fall. This is a good opportunity. This timing is a good opportunity for us to look at them again because we've put out excise tax bills and things like that. So we were able to make some adjustments to our estimated receipts as well, which has resulted in this $853 increase to the average single family. So about $140 lower than we were previously projecting. So it can show here that we were previously projecting under $11 million for excess levy capacity. So we're still looking at a decrease here. But it has gone up since the last time we presented. And then our fixed cost budget, which is a big driver of our increases, and the insurance has gone down. The percentage point, 1/10 of a percentage point, as a result of a decrease of about $20,000 to the insurance budget. Electricity has remained the same, and then of course the landfill budget has gone down. This just shows our use of free cash. So we are proposing to use $5.5 million in free cash this year. So that includes all of our capital. I can make that a little bit bigger. Yeah. Oops.
Big numbers.
Yeah.
So can you put it to slideshow?
Yeah, I can. I'm not going through all, but that'll be easier to see. So that's about 37% of our free cash we would be using this year. So that's inclusive of all of our capital. It's includes a couple other items throughout the warrant, so the open space update, the golf club feasibility study. We actually only have one article on the warrant that's a raise and appropriate, which is the budget. Everything else is being proposed to be funded through free cash, including all of our regularly recurring articles, which are not always funded through free cash. And then it also includes the transfer to OPEB as per the policy. So $196,000 from OPEB, or from free cash going into OPEB. And then it continues to include that $450,000, which is our structural deficit. So we continue to need to work off of that number and away from that number, but this didn't feel like the right fiscal year to do that. So, so this is where we're at with the free cash number. And that's really the all of the slides that I wanted to update you on. So I do have, as you're going through the warrant, I have a few numbers for articles that say a sum of money. And I also have a breakdown in funding sources for the golf club feasibility study.
So can we just talk about free cash, because it's one of our favorite topics. So we're using 37% of our available free cash as presented.
Mm-hmm.
And of the percent of the whole that we're using, do you recall what percent represents the structural deficit that we're still funding?
What percent?
Yeah.
I have to do the math. It's $450,000.
Okay,
Out of 5.5.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Numbers of the dollar. Okay. So I know there's been some discussion by Finance Committee around increasing the use of free cash. I don't know that was a majority discussion, but to increase the use of free cash. But I heard you say when we were talking about the bond and ban rating and that whole conversation that one of the factors is reserves. So at 37%, I guess, what's the next threshold that do we know? And historically, how close have we been to 37%? I just don't recall.
We used more than 37% last year when we did the stabilization plus funded our capital equipment. But this slide actually shows it doesn't have the percentages on it, but it's been lower percentages. But given how high our free cash has been the last 2 years, we're using more of it.
Yep.
And the move from free cash to stabilization was moving from one form of reserve to another.
Correct.
Yes.
So
we weren't.
it's more restrictive, but it's still, when the
reserves.
bond gurus look at it, they still say, ooh, good reserves.
So this 5.5 includes what we've used at the October town meeting.
Yeah. So I guess I would just say that while it's always I appreciate the discussion around that. I think that I wouldn't be in favor of that. I would want to have a much more lengthy discussion around the long-term implication of creating a further structural deficit and or impact on our bond rating. I mean, I think our finance director just talked about the 2.4 premium, which further lowers that, what I think almost a full percentage point, if I heard correctly, on the long-term borrowing. I think that this is not something we want to kick down the road.
Right. In anything,
or use in this way.
any short-term savings that we would have, if it impacted our bond rating, the long-term impact would be orders of magnitude greater. I mean, just, if the interest rate on long-term borrows jumped from 4% to 6% because we've lost our AAA rating, that adds, 50% more interest over the next 20 years to that loan. That's millions of dollars, much more than a relatively small impact for the current fiscal year. And
understanding that any amount that we can lower
taxes is good,
but
right.
This board is.
But you could end up, it's the law of unintended consequences, right?
So I just want to speak to what Shelby said. So the Finance Committee on last night. This happens to me a lot. Okay. So the Finance Committee last night, one member asked about the ability to have a discussion about the using additional free cash in the motion. So the motion for the budget is the Finance Committee's motion. So they certainly have that ability to have that discussion. My understanding is they're going to have that discussion on Thursday night. So I will be there, and I know our finance director will be there. So I would invite any of you to attend. I think it's really important that we all recognize that the comprehensive fiscal management policy has served us very well. And not only that, it is a policy of this board, but it is always approved with input from the Advisory Finance Committee.
And it's my understanding that S&P, when they come and they do our rating, they look at our fiscal management policy and confirm that we are in accordance with what we say is in the policy.
Yes.
Okay. And we have modified the policy multiple times prudently, but that's a discussion and not a off-the-cuff.
And I would just add, in addition to our bond rating, last year I showed this board and the Finance Committee examples of communities that don't have the ability to purchase their one-time capital items with free cash. That results in additional impact to the levy. Sure. So it's a raise and appropriate article to purchase a police car or a dump truck, or it is a borrow, all of which would have an impact on the levy.
All right, thank you. Any further questions on the budget? Nope. All right, on to the warrant articles.
Do you want me to update you now on the numbers, or do you want to go through them and I'll just mention them as you get there?
I'd prefer the latter.
Okay.
As we go.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, sure. No, I'm good with that. And so, do we want to review this? I mean, there's probably several up front that we can, usually we vote them in groups.
We walk through and see if anyone has any
Question.
questions, and then
Just say
vote the ones we
question.
don't,
Yep.
and then go back.
Well, do we want to do budget first or town meeting? Warren.
What? I'm sorry.
So we have two things here. One is to vote our support of the budget lines. Two is then in support of the warrant. I don't think we've done either, right?
Correct.
Right. I guess I would say we should do budget first.
Yeah, do we want to?
Raise and appropriate.
Yeah. Do we want to walk through line by line? I'm trying to remember.
Christine, what we have in paper the same as in our packet? Or what one should we be referring to?
So CELA updated their packet, but the only difference in the two is the insurance line.
Okay. Okay.
Make sure we get all the orders. I just unstapled mine.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
so you start with the page that starts with town moderator, second page starts with town clerk, third page is police department, fourth page is electricity, fifth page is cultural council.
Yeah, so if you're in the package, it starts with 128.
And you said the only difference in the paper is the insurance line. Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry,
So I'm trying to
I'm
remember,
not
at
seeing
town
the
meeting, we read
insurance
off every
difference
line.
here.
Do we?
Well, then you're looking at the updated one in the packet.
Has a question, they call it out.
Okay, we do that as well?
Yeah, so I'm on our side.
So they're the same.
If, yes,
Could
if
do
that's
that,
the
or we
inverse
could
the same,
go
then
with
it's the
if
same.
anybody has any questions.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, you guys good with that?
I wasn't listening, Sean, I'm sorry.
Are we reading off every salary and expense line, or are we just asking if anybody has any questions?
I mean, I guess I would say just, I don't think we need to read it off, but we just go department by department. Like,
Yeah.
is that okay?
The items in bold.
You
So
know,
start
sort
with
of
town
consistent with
moderator.
how we do it at town meeting without going line by
Sure.
line.
Everybody okay with the town moderator?
No, no, just kidding.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, folks, we're joking
just
because that
kidding,
line
sorry.
is 0.
I'm not gonna joke, I'm
So
sorry.
is this, are we
Question.
voting on each one of these?
Questioning them.
Questions, if you have
We'll just
questions.
vote
I think we
in
question
total.
first, and we'll take a motion. Sorry to jump in, Sean.
Yep,
It's our
nope,
meeting.
go ahead.
I'll tell you what to do.
Yeah.
But if we don't question it, it's sort of,
We'll vote it as a group, and if you
Right.
have a question, we'll
Right.
vote it separately.
Okay.
Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, questions? Finance Committee? Finance Department?
Question.
Okay. Finance Department. Somebody noting these questions? Okay.
Yep.
Legal. Information Technology and Communications. Central Purchasing. Town,
let me just ask a question on that.
are you questioning it,
Question.
or you just like to ask a question?
Yeah, question when we get there.
Question on central purchasing. Okay. Town Clerk. Election and Registration. Conservation Commission. Planning Department.
Question.
Planning Department. Board of Appeals. Economic Development. Insurance. Police Department. Fire Department Ambulance. Community Development. Weights and Measures. Animal Control. Assipet Regional Vocational School. Department of Public Works.
Question.
DPW Snow and Ice. Electricity. Sanitary Landfill. Health Department. Council on Aging. Youth Commission.
Question.
Veteran Services. Trustees of Soldiers Memorial. Library.
Question.
Patrick, you can't question youth and youth.
I know, my question is to recuse.
Oh, sorry.
That's exactly my
I was
question.
like, wait, I'm sorry.
I gotta step away, so I
I
gotta
was
make
like,
it a
what are you
separate vote.
You're right. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Am I making sense?
Right. What I say, library, recreation.
So library was questioned, though.
Can
right?
Library was questioned.
Great
Can,
question.
amidst that, the trustees of Soldiers Memorials, can I just ask a question on that, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, recreation. Cultural Council. Historical Commission. Debt. Country Club Enterprise. Sewer Enterprise. Wastewater Treatment Plant. Water Enterprise. Stormwater.
Can I just ask, on the stormwater, that is the new, that's the new utility?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm not questioning. That was a question, but not questioning.
Okay, okay, so we're good with stormwater. That's the subtotal. School department. And I guess, did we go through the?
Yep.
We did ask.
That's it.
Yep.
Yep. And the enterprises, we've already sort of covered, right? Okay.
So I would move that.
Let's
We-
confirm what we questioned, I guess.
Okay.
Does somebody want to
Sure.
read back? to make
Finance,
sure we
I've got
have
a
the
list.
I had most of the questions.
So,
Tell you the
well,
ones I questioned?
well, no, I've got a whole list.
Okay.
So Finance Department,
Yeah.
Central Purchasing, Planning Department, DPW Department, Youth Commission, Library, Trustee of Soldiers Memorials.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, not including those?
I
Ian,
would
which-
move that we support the non-questioned articles.
Seconded.
Okay.
Budgets, sorry.
Budget.
Budget, yes. Line items.
Budget lines.
Budget
Seconded.
lines, still seconded. Okay, great. All those in favor? All right, 5-0. Okay, and why don't we start from the beginning? The first one was the Finance Committee.
Yeah, so my question is more of a statement. There are certain positions, as you can see, my question.
Oh, and sorry, pardon me, it wasn't Finance Committee, I misspoke. Finance Department.
Finance Department.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Finance Department, pardon me, please.
I think you can tell by my questions, there are certain positions that I believe are more needed in the town than others. This isn't, I think, the year to be adding a lot of positions to the town. And in this particular case, I think that there's, I'm specifically questioning the finance director position. I think that there is a need for the payroll position, but I do not think that there's a need for the additional $95,161 on line item 5101 of the budget. So I'll not be voting for that.
And I guess if I could check on that, is it the finance director or is it the town accountant that?
So this board already voted to move forward with the payroll position in this fiscal year and the town accountant position in this fiscal year, and we currently have a finance director. So we are in the final stages of interviews for the payroll position. It's an existing position in fiscal 24, as it will be hired in fiscal 24. We would need to fund it in fiscal 25. Town accountants is the same way. We have interviews on Thursday with town accountants based on this board's approval of moving forward. So the intent is to pull apart those two positions, the town accountant and finance director. We have not advertised a finance director position. It's not a finance director town accountant position. So it would be a reduction to not support the finance director position would be a reduction in what has already been supported by this board in fiscal 24.
So,
Any
Patrick, I
questions?
guess I don't mean to, just to make sure I understand
Sure.
what you're asking. So based on what Christy just said, the board has already supported those other two positions. We're down that path. And I understand that the accountant is being pulled out of the finance director role. And I guess I'm trying to understand what the,
Yeah, no,
What-
I
being that we
completely,
supported
I
and now-
completely agree with
yeah.
everything
Yeah.
that town manager has said as regards to the legwork and the work that the board's already done and
Yeah.
the work that goes forward. But this is the opportunity to determine that department's budget for the next year. And I believe that, again, like I said, I think there's certainly a need in the department. I'm not arguing that need. What I am arguing is that I think the need of the community taxpayer outweighs the need of this position. As I mentioned, there are other positions that I am in support of that are an increase to the town and the cost of the town. But this one in particular, I believe we can accommodate the increased workload on the finance department, specifically the payroll piece of it, to accommodate some of the additional workload that was expressed by the past finance director of the town. I believe that can be accommodated by the increase of the
So-
payroll position.
so
But-
just, let me just ask, so the positions that we're moving forward with, as Christy described, is it, I don't want to put words in your mouth, are you sort of like, let's wait and see how this plays out before we move forward with the finance director? Is
Yeah,
that?
I mean, certainly next year, when the budget
I just
comes
want to
in-
understand.
Sure, certainly next year, if this were to fail, and it would come before us again, and next year, hopefully, we don't see near $900 increase on the budget, I'd be more support of it in a year that isn't as burdensome. We've gone through a year of over, the last 2 years of over $600 and over $700 increase on the average tax bill, and now we're proposing in this budget an increase of over, again, near $900. That's just not sustainable for many members of our community. And this particular position, I think we can make do. And that's the simplest way I could say it, is I believe we can
Okay,
make do.
thank you.
Okay,
Yep.
so the payroll position we hired, or we're hiring, in the job description, does not include responsibilities that reside with the finance director. It's specifically for payroll.
That is correct.
Okay, and so you're suggesting that we lay off the finance director.
No. No.
Then we
No.
demote the person in the finance position to fill the payroll position.
No. I'm saying stick with the same staff you have now. The payroll position is an increase to that position.
Right. But you said,
No, I'm saying stay with the staff you have.
but the statement you made was the line item for the finance director, you didn't say don't hire a payroll staff.
Correct.
You said don't hire a finance director. We
I
have a
said-
finance director and we're hiring a payroll. So if
We
you're
have an
saying-
interim finance director right now.
Right, but that's a
And I'm
function.
saying keep excuse me, I may have misspoke. Keep the finance director position, but making it a working position, not an administrative position. That person, the previous finance director was the town accountant as well. And I'm saying that finance director should continue to be the town accountant with the assistance, because my understanding is from the previous town accountant, finance director, was that there was a fair amount of work that she was doing in regards to payroll. And I'm in support of the payroll position. I'm not in support of adding an entire another, basically creating a administrative director position in the finance department right now, based on the current economic conditions that
But
this
the
town is
job
facing.
description going forward for the finance director isn't just administrative,
I
there's
support,
operational.
so again, like the job descriptions that we just voted on, I support that if the town, in the budget discussions on town meeting, town meeting votes for those things, then I'm in support of those changes of those job descriptions. That does not mean that I'm in support of that line item increase on the budget for that additional position. Because we are adding a position to the finance department.
No, we're continuing the positions we've already
You're
added.
splitting the finance director. There's an assistant town accountant right now.
Right.
There was a director of finance that was also the town accountant. You're splitting that into two. You're now going to have a director, a town accountant, and an assistant accountant, and a payroll person over on the side, full-time payroll person.
Right.
And I'm saying I don't think that the need for splitting that position at the high level there is necessary right now, based
Okay.
on the taxpayers.
I guess,
of the town.
but my question is, we already voted to do that, so we're not adding any positions
I
in
get it.
fiscal
I
25?
get that,
25?
But we voted on that before we had the budget. So now I have the budget, now I see the 863 or whatever dollars
But
was the increase.
No, we had the budget. When we voted on those, we understood the fiscal year 24 cost and.
This is the budget vote. This is
and-
my opportunity to vote on the budget, and I'm not gonna change this, Alan. This is my opportunity to
Okay.
vote, and I don't support the increase in that department's payroll for this position.
Okay.
If the town votes at town meeting to support it, I am in support of the job descriptions and all of those things that go along with that budget change. Okay, good.
Okay.
All right, any other questions on this? So I guess the motion is still to vote this line item.
Well, it sounds like we would want to vote the line items separately.
That's why I
Yeah,
questioned.
yeah.
I wanted everybody to have an
Yeah,
opportunity to.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I would move that we support the salaries and wages budget line item for the finance department.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay.
I would move that we support the finance expenses budget line item.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? 5-0. Okay. Next was, I believe, central purchasing.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood the classification here. This increase, Chrissy, a portion of this is included, is there community center impact here?
No,
No.
the majority of this increase is actually related to the stormwater utility, because this is the budget through which we do all of the mailing and printing.
Ah, okay. All right, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll move the support of the central purchasing expenses budget line item.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? All right, 5-0. Okay, let's see.
Next one's
Let's see if I
planning.
can remember. Planning department is next.
So, yeah.
Patrick.
So, yeah, I had a question, and I apologize, I think you've reviewed this before, I think it was gone over at the EFC, but I just want to make sure I completely understand it. Originally, we had a line item on salaries and wages on the performance improvement, which would increase the the salary and wages by 72,506. It's now showing 31,861.
So so this budget is just the table. The budgets that have the PIR column are within your budget document for
Okay.
the individual
So
departments.
did we split that into a half year?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Affordable Housing Trust is funding 11 hours of the 40 hours.
Right. I understood that. I saw that,
Right.
that last night as well. But, so does that not create a structural deficit in the budget for the following, like, because we will have to refund this again?
You'll have to, yeah, it's not characterized as a structural deficit. The second half of the increase would come next year. That's similar to how we've brought on police officers, firefighters, other new positions. It's certainly, acknowledged that there would be a full year charge for the following year, but we've done this often.
So similar to the last position, and I appreciate all the additional information, I am certainly supportive of the planning department and all the work that needs to be done there. I know there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. However, I just, this year, I'm not in support of this. Again, I'm very grateful by the fact that we've been able to reduce the increase, projected increase by somewhere near $200. And I'm very excited to hear the flexibility and kind of the pieces that Amber presented to us earlier. But this, to me, is another position that isn't, the need does not outweigh the need of the taxpayer right now. So I'm not going to be supportive of it.
Okay. Questions? Motion?
I'll move the support of the planning department salary and wages budget line item.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? 4. All those opposed? All right. 4-1.
I'll move the support of the planning department expenses budget line item.
Second.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? 5-0. Okay. All right. I don't know what happened in the packet, just went.
Public Works.
Next is Department of Public Works and
All
Building
right.
and Grounds.
Okay. You have a question on that, Patrick?
Yep, similar. My concern is over the janitorial position specifically. I'm thinking that we could be a little more creative and not need a full-time janitorial person at the community center, considering that only half the building will be occupied right out of the gate. This is something I could see in the future, but I would hope that the DPW director could be creative in assignment of janitorial work between the different facilities as needed to cover that building as well. So I believe it's the about $60,000 in the budget. I'm not supportive of that. I think there should be some more creativity there.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, I guess struggling with this a little bit, being that, this is sort of part of the total package that we've discussed for a long time around, the community center. And so I guess I'm wondering, and those numbers have been in there for a long time that we've seen, or
Yep.
seemingly, so has something, I guess, changed that?
Just the fact that we're now seeing the full picture of the budget and the impact of the community, and what I've heard from people in the community, I'm still very supportive of the community center, and I've continued to be an advocate for the board and our decisions that we made leading to this point. But I think, again, I think that in this day and age of 3 significant years of increases, I'm hopeful, although I'm apparently the only one on this board that sees that there's a need to really seriously look at containing costs. So this to me is another area. Again, I don't think that we will miss, this service can still be provided, I believe, with the current staff we have today. I do not think that we need to staff another full individual with all the additional costs that are associated with it on that building initially. And I appreciate all the work that's been done and all the budget work that Christie has done and whatnot on forecasting.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever about kind of appreciating. I think we just have to, we have to come forward with what we feel. I guess my struggle is, and I certainly respect your position and explaining that. Christie, how many, I guess I'll ask it in FTEs, do we have now as part of that, our custodial team for the
2.
town? 2. And how many buildings do we have that they're responsible for? Because fire department is now part of that, right?
Yeah.
To some extent.
To some
Yep.
extent. So, well,
Here.
so we have one, so there's actually one that's dedicated to the library, so that's not part of the 2.
Right.
But then we have Forbes, Town Hall, Senior Center, DPW, Fire Department, so 5 buildings.
Yeah, so, and I appreciate you bringing up the library, because I wasn't thinking of that, and I know what Cliff does on I don't see what he does every day, but I know from being a trustee and understanding that, he's constantly working in that building and doing that work. And then we've had conversations about, could his work be spread across other buildings? But I think that my concern, and if I could convince you, would be that we have this new center coming on board, and we've got 2 people covering all of those other buildings and wanting to do maintenance, and we've spent time as a board talking about how maintenance leads to capital projects, or if there's no maintenance, potentially lack thereof, or or things falling through the cracks. And I think we've done a good job managing our staff across the buildings that we have. We're bringing on a major new center. We are going to be rolling off the senior center at some point in the future, so appreciate that. I don't know. I just feel like, I feel like this is one where, no offense to John sitting in the back of the room, where maybe the town wouldn't see, like, if the finance director, as you propose, kind of position doesn't get approved, that might get lost to the taxpayer. If we don't have a building that is well maintained, that is a brand new coming on board building for us, I think we're going to hear a lot about it. And what's the impact of that? $12?
About $6 on the tax bill.
$6 on the tax bill. So, respect your position. I think it's worth $10. Thank you.
Sure. So and Shelby, I really appreciate the dialogue and the additional information that you got from Christie on that. I understand. These are hard decisions. I'm supportive of providing the appropriate services. To me, again, I'll reiterate that building is not going to be 100% online day one. And while there are a number of buildings that these 2 individuals are responsible for, obviously they're moving between those buildings to maintain them today. I don't know what their frequency of cleaning this building versus the Forbes building versus, I don't have those details. However, again, I hear it loud and clear from the taxpayers that near $900 is too much. It's too much. So, just like the department heads bring proposals to Christie, to our town manager, to vet before they show up in her budget, and she accepts her directions, pushes them off to future years, that's the same thing I'm suggesting with this. Next year, I may be more receptive to this position. Perhaps even if it came forward in the fall, because now the building's online and maybe there's, more need for it. Right now, I just, again, I'm looking for opportunities to answer to the taxpayers and be conscious of that dollar with them. Not that we're not on all things, but more so when it comes to the specific to the budget.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay. You want to make a vote? Motion?
I'll move the Department of Public Works salary and wages budget line item. Support of that.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? 4. All those opposed? 4-1.
I'll move the support of the Department of Public Works expenses line item as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? 5-0.
So Youth Commission, I was just saying I need to be recused on, so that's why it has to be a split vote.
Got it.
I'll move the support of the Youth Commission salary and wages and expenses.
Second.
All those in favor? 4-0.
Oh, yeah, because you're recused. Yep, sorry. It's like you weren't here for a moment.
Welcome back,
He
Patrick.
just disappeared. All right.
He's back.
After Youth Commission, what do we have?
Trustees of Soldiers Memorial.
Yeah,
Yes.
I guess, Sean, you're the current representative here. Small budget to begin with, but can you speak to the increase that
Yes.
they're asking for? Is that related to the cemetery? The new cemetery, or?
I think partly, I went back I keep my books going back a ways, so I probably have like 6 or 7 years worth, and I hadn't seen a change in that budget.
Yep.
They've also picked up at least 3 additional monuments in that time. They picked up the
The one-
Revolutionary War, plus the 2 that are over near Mount Pleasant
Warren and Mount
Street.
Pleasant, yeah.
Yeah, Warren and
Plus-
Mount Pleasant.
They redid one of the plaques in front
Yep.
of the,
But that was a prior year.
Yeah,
those a prior year.
Yeah.
but-
And there's
Yeah.
there's ongoing work on the cemetery, but most of that's paid for out of cemetery funds.
yes, yes.
Okay,
But they
so this
they
is
will end
really-
up picking that up, but
Okay.
they just hadn't had an increase in a really long time. I got to say, if it doesn't pass, I mean, they do a good job with what they get.
Sure.
You know, they work with, the garden club and other town
Yeah.
groups to sort of really spread their money around. But it had been a long time, and so I was okay with it. But
Christie, don't shoot me for this question. Do you know what the increase is on a $700 increase year over year?
To the,
Taxpayer? Is it less than $1?
yeah.
70 cents.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set. I just wanted to understand it because
Right.
it's 25%. Someone's going to call it out.
somebody's
and-
going to ask.
Yeah.
So I do think-
As it goes down, yes.
So I do think that there should be a member of that committee prepared to speak to that increase,
Yeah.
so.
And that may be me.
Okay, there you go. You're on. Thank you.
Currently, remember.
And when is the new monument? I know the monument will come out of cemetery and DPW. When is that expected to be?
They're finalizing design during the spring. So I don't know if that means it's fall, but they haven't
Okay.
finalized the design yet.
So I guess where I was going is well, it's going to be brand new, so maintenance on that. And the cemetery, do we have an opening date on that?
I don't have a date.
We don't, okay, okay. I mean, I guess where it's going is some of this money could be allocated toward maintenance of that.
And I think some of the other monuments that they've picked up, especially on Warren and Mount Pleasant, like, there's like work needed on those, specifically like immediate, like they're overgrown.
Yeah.
They were, plaque was put up and really it wasn't maintained, and so.
Okay, thank you.
But, if it's only
Appreciate the-
2,800, they'll get it done.
Yep.
Let's see, next.
Do we need
We
a
need a
I'll
motion.
move the support of the trustees of Soldiers
Oh, yes,
Memorial
thank you.
Second.
budget.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0.
Next one was library, was my question.
Yes.
So, similar to before, not in support of this right now. I see the need in the future, especially as, and I'm very supportive of the library renovations and the process that they've been going through. But I will likely be more supportive of this particular position.
What
later.
part, just, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. What
No,
part
no,
are you
no.
not supportive of?
So the library, budget item 162015104, 64,979. It's a portion of the 101,240 on the increase. That's the position that I'm not supportive of.
Are those the positions we just discussed?
The only changes are the positions that you just voted.
So those are just the job classifications and the descriptions. So if
Got
those
it.
get approved at town
Did you
meeting,
say
I'm supportive of those.
64,000?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
It would
I'd have to go
be-
back and look at
That might
the,
have been the request, but that's not what was.
let's go back. Make sure it did service. There we go. It's that amendment page that we got at the Budget Summit, page 241, I think it is.
Yep.
16201 is the top, count 5104, 2,745. I actually wrote down the old number, I apologize.
6,000?
It's 62,745. Sorry, I wrote down the old number.
So I'm not
I don't
finding
know
it.
where you're-
I don't know where we're going.
So, page 241.
Have that as
Oh, that's the
recreation,
recreation budget.
not library.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Library is 235.
I'm sorry, I went to the wrong one. Sorry. Yeah, my apologies. Eyes are failing me.
We also, for the
No, I'm fine,
recreation, we
I'm fine.
didn't.
I have no question. I looked at the wrong page.
Okay.
Okay.
So I move we vote in support of the library salary and wages and expenses.
Second.
All those in favor? All right, 5-0. We have,
That's it.
On to the warrant articles.
No,
did you want to reevaluate the recreation budget since you had the wrong?
no.
Okay. All right, so we have the figures on the budget. Now we move on to the warrant articles. And we can do the same process, walk through each of them, question, and then come back. All right. We do not vote on Article 1. Right? Article 2, Town Reports. Article 3, Prior Year Bills.
So,
Artic-
just, do you want me to just jump in with the numbers
Oh,
if
sure,
you don't
if you
have
have
them?
them, yeah.
So that is a bill of $163.92 from Country Club retained earnings.
Say that again, 160.
$163.92.
Okay. Article 4, Golf Club Budget. Article 5, Legal Expenses Budget. Article 6, Finance Department Budget.
Question.
Okay. Article 7, Reserve Fund. Article 8, Fiscal Year 2025 Operating Budgets.
Question.
Okay.
Well, that's what we just went through.
I know, so I'm just questioning, how do I vote on that? So we've
already voted on it.
So
We've
that
already
one's
voted
done,
that.
So we don't
That
have
one's
to worry about
done.
Article 8 anymore. That's my
That was
question.
my
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Article 9, Elections and Town Meeting. Article 10, 10A, Reserve Funds. 10B, Restocking Sandra Pond. 10C, Request and Approve a Cable TV Budget.
Question.
Okay. 10D, Block Party. 10E, Small Business Grant Program.
So the small business grant program is in your warrant for $60,000, but they've actually reduced their ask to $53,000. Sorry, $53,609, and that's because there's remaining funds this year. So that will get, with that coupled with this request, will get them back up to the 60.
Thank you. 10F, Tuition Reimbursement. Article,
I'm sorry, can I go back to the July 4th? I have a question regarding that.
oh, yep, so that was D.
Yep.
So a question on D. 10D. Okay. 11A, Town Hall Security System. 11B, Mobile Column Lifts. 11C, Ambulance Replacement. 11D, Police Vehicles. 11E, Administrative Vehicle Replacement. 11F, One-Ton Vehicle Replacement. 11G, Six-Wheel Dump Truck Replacement. 11H, Jet Vac Truck Replacement. 11I, Town Water Management Improvements. 11J, Town Sewer System Improvements. 11K, town sewer system. 11L, utility vehicle replacement. 11M, rough mower replacement. 11N, high school exterior rim repairs design. 11O.
Question on N.
N? 11O, high school C-wing roof restoration design.
Question.
Question. 11P, high school A and B wing roof replacement design.
Question.
12A, Mill Pond School roof restoration.
Question.
We have a different number there too, right?
12.
Oh, yeah.
1,070,000.
Oh. Okay. 12B, Hastings Elementary School ADA and MAAB construction.
We have a new number there, too.
Question, different number, yeah.
Question on that one, okay. 12C, library building repair design. 12D, town water supply improvements. Article 13, fire department core switches. Article 14, historical commission funding. Article 15, open space and recreation plan update. Article 16, municipal decarbonization study.
That one we still don't have a number, but we're carrying 12,000,
Okay.
which is what they'll ask for if they don't get a final number.
Okay.
What we have is approximately 10,000 to 12,000, so they're going with
Right.
a higher number.
Right.
So do we have a question on 16 or? Okay. Article 17, Cedar Swamp watershed flood mitigation. Article 18, golf club building.
So that's $68,000 from free cash and $32,000 from golf club retained earnings.
32?
32, yeah. 68 and 32.
So a total of 100.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Article 19, Hastings Elementary School roof replacement. Okay. Article 20, acquisition of property at 0 Bowman Street.
Question.
Okay. 21, transfer of 45 High Street extension. 22, roadway acceptance, Ed Waters Way. Article 23, establishment of stabilization fund by Assabet Valley Regional Vocational Technical School. Article 24, acceptance of easements for Boston Worcester Airline Trail.
Question.
24, question. Okay. Oh, and acquisitions question, okay. 25, sidewalk easements. 26, acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5K Senior Tax Work-Off Amendment. 27, Home Rule Petition Bidding Requirements Exemption Affordable Housing Trust. 28, amend general bylaws, Article 7, Finance Department.
Question.
Okay, 28. 29, amend general bylaws, Article 18, Community Development Department. Article 30, amend general bylaws, Article 64, demolition of historical or architecturally significant buildings in the town of Westborough. Article 31, amend general bylaws, Article 32, wetlands protection. And,
Multiple pages.
okay. Let's see here. Article 32, amend zoning bylaw and zoning map, MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District. Okay. I will just put questions on Articles 33 through 46, so we vote those separately.
Thank you.
Folks okay with that? All right.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So I'll move that we support all of the non-questioned articles.
Seconded.
All those in favor? 5-0. Okay, so let's confirm the questioned articles. So I had just a quick review of them. Article 6, Finance Department Budget. We actually are good with 8, right? 10C, Cable TV. 10D, July 4th Block Party. Then I jump forward to 11N, O, and P, all the high school. 12A, Mill Pond Roof. 12B, Hastings School. And then I jump forward to Article 20, Acquisition Zero Bowman. 24, B-Wall Easements. 28, Bylaw Finance Department. Did I miss any?
Obviously, all the other 33 and beyond.
33 to
10,
46.
33 to 46,
Yep.
thank you, yes. Okay. All right. So, starting from the beginning, the Finance Department budget.
I raised that question, and as previously stated, I'm not in support of the Finance Department budget change, so I just need a separate vote on that.
Okay. Okay. And let's just confirm.
But just a question on that, just, these are positions that we're hiring right now, is that to fund those, or is if we don't pay this, we can't pay current employees, or is that? I understand the other one was about
Right.
not hiring.
Oh,
five-
yeah,
This is FY
sorry.
24.
And the Article 6 is not, has nothing to do with salary and wages, it's purely expenses, which is to pay for interim services.
Oh. Sorry, I misread that. Thank
So-
you for that question.
Yes.
Yeah, help clarify it
Yeah.
for me, yes.
Okay. So it's a temporary town accountant position.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
good.
and-
So I'll
and treasurer
I'll
collector.
support,
Thank you, that was
I'll move that we support Article 6.
I'll second that.
All right, all those in favor? Okay, 5-0. Then we jump down to 10C, the cable TV budget.
Yeah, so my question on this is just more around the wording. For some reason, I just need to be educated here. For some reason, that's the only article under Section 10 that has appropriate and transfer. All the others are transfer from free cash. I was just wondering, can you explain that?
It's just it's a financial, like, funding mechanism on the back end, so it doesn't, it's an in and an out, so we get money from the Verizon, and then it goes directly out into the cable TV enterprise, so, we
So-
can't change it, that's
Yeah,
how,
that's how it
the
Okay, so it's
council
coming with the
has
cable
it
TV
advised.
enterprise fund, I got you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So it gets
to me.
placed into that, and
Yep, I got it. Thank you. I'm good.
All right.
So I'll move to approve support Article C, Article 10C.
Second.
all those in favor? 5-0. Okay. 10D, the block party.
Yeah, clarification, we have money in our spirit budget. Is there a reason why we don't utilize that money for this program? I didn't think to ask it for tonight, so it's,
No, it's okay, I just need to pull it up.
The-
I know there was parameters around it, but
Yeah.
So
it seems
the-
to be aligned, I guess.
So that money's in a warrant article to create a gift account for the Spirit Committee. So it's under the purview of the Spirit Committee. and they can use it for the purpose of organizing and leading an annual event. So that's not their annual event.
Could be.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just kind of go on record.
It's their gift account, so it's fully under their purview.
Right, but, you know, I think kind of in the spirit of, I mean, even though this is a very small
In the
item,
spirit of the Spirit
in
Committee.
the spirit of the spirit, and, you know, to Patrick's comments around, you know, if I'm a taxpayer, I say, wait a second, we have money in an account that is spirit-like, and we're asking for, you know, albeit it's from free cash, you know, 3,500, why aren't we just moving that money? I realize we're not going to solve that. I don't think that can be solved now, between now and town meeting, so I'll vote my.
Yeah, as liaison to the Spirit Committee, I could ask them to consider it.
I would say that that's not in the spirit of the article, but.
Oh.
You mean the original article?
Yeah, I mean, the original article was to take the funds that were raised for the 300th anniversary
Yep.
and put them into a gift account for the Westborough Spirit Committee for the purpose of organizing and leading an annual event.
So, okay, so I will support this, appreciate the clarification as liaison, and outside of, we don't have to get into this, but it would be great to understand where we're going with use of that gift account money. And no comment needed, but.
No comment.
There's an opportunity there based on, you know, kind of this, what I'm raising now. Okay, thanks. So I would move to approve Article 10D as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0. Okay. Now we jump forward to 11N.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, similar to, I think AFC last night voted on each of the school articles independently. I think we should do the same. I was unfortunately not able to watch the entire meeting, so my question is really, do we have all the votes from them? Amber had mentioned, for example, on Article 12A, they had a weight vote 5-3.
Yeah, I have those votes right here.
Okay.
So 11N, they were 7-1 in favor. 11O, which is C-Wing, they were 5-3 in favor. On A and B Wing, 11P, they were 7-1 in favor. And then on the Mill Pond roof restoration, they were 5-3 to defeat. They have not voted on 12B yet. I think probably because of the conversation.
Yeah.
And then on 19, they were 7-1 in favor.
Okay. So I would move to support Article 11N.
Second.
Okay, questions? All those in favor? 5-0. Okay.
I would move to support high school C-wing roof restoration, Article 11O.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay.
I would vote to support, I'd move to support Article 11P.
Second.
Okay, questions? All right.
I missed a
All
joke
those
down
in
there.
favor?
Got to raise it all at the same time, guys.
Oh.
I seconded it before you.
Oh,
made
did
the
we
motion.
get it?
I wanted to
Oh,
beat-
okay,
I wanted to beat
everybody.
Alan.
Oh, okay.
Everybody said it. It was like this.
I'm sorry, confirming, we were, so,
All three of those.
NO and P, we were 5-0?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
12A. Questions or?
I'll move to defeat Article 12A.
I'll second that.
Can we have some discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a
Yeah.
question. Well, I guess have we ever defeated anything that we've put on the warrant?
It's the school department.
But I guess we approved the warrant, right? I mean, we
Oh,
ultimately
yes, no,
placed it
yes,
on the
we,
warrant.
placing it is different than approving it.
Yeah.
Right.
But we were not required to place it.
No, but I think the school, I mean, I felt that I think it's up for discussions.
I think it's important to be on the warrant so the town can vote on it.
Correct.
That's why we voted on it earlier to place it.
Yeah.
But in this case, we are as a board voting. yes or
Yeah.
Ian, I'd love your thoughts.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's what was related tonight, and it related to some of the questions I have. So I think that I am in full support of Hastings. We have to do it. That's a kind of unexpected. We have gone quickly through the MSBA program, whatever. My question on this one, two questions that I asked. I think that, potentially just pushing this out 1 year and aligning it with what will be the bid for the high school C, which is the same process that we're doing. Although what came out was that, that it won't matter to bid them together. To me, you're doing two projects, two schools in town. I think, there's potential to get a savings on that. So I'm fully supportive of doing the restoration. I think the thinking is it, do we wait and push it off a year based on other things?
Right.
We're
Timing.
asking for.
That's for me, it's timing.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lose sleep if the town votes for. I mean, I'm supportive of it. This is really just kind of a fiscal mechanism to say, hey, can we push something off?
So, I guess my concern is we say, okay, let's push it off a year, then it goes back to the capital expenditure planning, right? And, they say, well, this year isn't good either. It gets pushed off again, then we lose the window for the renovation. Yes, we may get efficiencies by doing it at the same time a year later, but the cost of the project may also be higher. The consultant said he was surprised at how low the bid came in, and that timing was working to our advantage there, so I wouldn't necessarily expect we'd see this bid come back a year later to be less than the 1.07. And just, I think, philosophically, if we look where we are and what's happened with the Armstrong and the Hastings roofs, where they were past their useful life, we kicked the can down the road. We thought Armstrong was going to last longer than Hastings, and it didn't. So we did an emergency repair there. And then before we could even put Hastings back into the cycle for consideration, the Hastings roof fails, right? And so we have two subsequent emergency roof repairs because of it. And I think philosophically, we have to stop kicking the can down the road, and there's never a good year for another $1 million in roof, right? I mean, I don't think we'll get a better deal a year from now. And I think we're continuing with the precedent of it's a tough year this year, so kick it down the road, and then hope that our institutional memory tracks well enough that we don't put ourselves in another, critical position. And, sort of where I'm at. Could it wait a year? Probably. Do I think we'll get a better deal? No.
So if I may, I'll just say, I understand your perspective. I was encouraged by the expert that spoke, basically stating that the roof was not in any imminent danger, right? I think he said something like, up 3 years out, it looks like it's in pretty good shape. I agree with you that I like to be ahead of these things. One of the things he also talked about was, even though we got a really good price on it this time, he didn't see it going up significantly. I fully expect it to go up too. But what I would say is that this year, the tax increase on the town can't support what did I total here? Right now, if you accept all of these projects, it's $8.572 million. That's a big number. And I agree with you, we need to take care of our schools. I'm talking about all the school articles, yeah. So I think we have to prioritize things. I think we have to. And we have to say, not this year, but next year, or within the next 3 years.
Right. He said, yeah, 2, maybe 3 years, you're probably okay, can't guarantee it. He also said, in response to Ian's question about delaying a year, he said he didn't see it going up significantly, maybe only $200,000. So if that couple is $200,000, that's a 20% jump.
But exactly on that point, that couple $100,000, potentially in a couple of years, might be on a year where our average tax bill isn't going up by $863. It might be on a year where it's only going up by $200, or maybe zero. I don't know. But hopefully, it's a less impactful year. The problem that I'm hearing about consistently, Alan, is this significant increase year over year. 3 years of 700 plus on average increases. It's not sustainable.
And part of the reason we're facing so many school major projects is because years ago, in the before times, we said the cost of doing Hastings with state assistance funding was too much for that year, and we should wait for a year with lower increases. And that never happened. And so an $8.4 million, if I remember correctly, project is now, to get that same work done now, and these piecemeal that's been done, is costing the town over $20 million. And so I look at this and I'm saying, let's break the pattern.
I understand what you're saying. It makes a lot of sense, Alan. But the problem I'm actually pretty shocked that we have schools that we built 20 years ago that need these types of roofs now. An average shingle on a house is at minimum 25-year shingle. Okay, we built Hastings. Hastings roof, I don't believe, has ever been touched, and it's 50 plus years old. It lasted this long before it actually failed.
This is its second roof, he said.
You said, okay, second roof. Okay, I didn't hear that. High school, was that no? I think that was the high. Was that high school or Hastings?
No.
So
I think it was on the Hastings article.
So so even at 50 years, it's still 25. My point is this: it's a little. I just don't feel like we can do everything. We cannot do everything. That's my point.
No, I mean,
I'm support. I would
respect
love to fix that roof. I really would.
I think it makes total sense.
But the fact is, it makes sense. I'm not disagreeing with the logic. It's just this year. Okay?
If I could just, I mean, I want to put the motion out there, and, I mean, I think you're right, there is no good year. If the library article passes, we've got next year a borrow probably for 19 million, 16, 19, I don't know what the number will be.
15.
Yeah. The following year, at least in the capital plan right now, is the placeholder for between 11 and 12 million for satellite fire station construction.
And when's the actual replacement of the AB roof?
The
in the high school,
replacement
we're
of
doing
the
the
AB
design
roof
now.
is in 2027, so 2 years out.
2 years out.
I thought one of them was
C
26.
C is 20. Doing the C resealing is 26.
Right. So
that was my thing of moving Mill Pond to align with the Hastings ceiling and doing both projects at the same time, hoping that one company could bid, that we could put it out as one bid and potentially save, since they're really doing the same.
Okay. Right. I see your point. I guess
good question.
I guess my concern is we're looking the condition of the AB sections roof on the high school, where we're saying we're starting with the design work now, knowing that it's already several years beyond its useful life. You know, do we know that we have 2 years to wait to do that, or next year we're going to be saying we can't wait another year, we have to do that, which then puts the Mill Pond out another year, which puts it in conflict with the fire station. Next thing you know, you say one more year, well, excellent, we're past that 3-year window where the renovation of the Mill Pond roof can be effective. And
Yeah.
so,
I mean, that's the risk. I mean, this-
and then we're gonna wait 4 or 5 years until it's, near crisis, and we're gonna replace the roof for 3 to 4 times the cost of extending its life by 20 years. And it's a tough year. It's a tough year. I get that. I appreciate that. But at the same time, historically, we've made decisions that, by pushing things off a year or two, and then other things come up that we don't expect that cause that further delay, we end up paying a lot more.
Yeah, and I'll just, I mean,
And we're trading tomorrow, we're trading today for tomorrow, and
I think it's a valid concern. Again, the balance of that was the school department's call, based on that. So it wasn't the capital expenditures. That plan, we voted on this year's, and they took their plan, and we've just populated it out. But they're looking back to what they suggested. They were trying to, again, be
Right.
fiscally responsible and balance things out. And I think, unfortunately, Hastings happened, you know,
Right.
when it did. I mean, it's, part of it was we couldn't do Hastings roof without getting ADA stuff, so we got ourselves in a pickle here. But I think it's valid, is that something happens at that high school, we're gonna be in the same situation as we are in Hastings. They seem to think that doing design this year and then going 2027 was that was their proposal.
No,
That's
I
not their proposal.
get that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, pardon, I guess here we are, there was originally, 5 school articles, and then they had to slide the roof in. And so, I understand that maybe that, and they're certainly not dollar for dollar, but maybe that should slot in for one of the other projects. I mean, I guess I understand that logic. I have to say also that, if it doesn't happen this year and happens 2 years from now, I don't, it might be more expensive. I feel like it's a bit of a coin flip. I don't know that it makes that much difference.
And it's a borrow, correct?
It's what?
It's a borrow. So the impact, by not doing the project this year, the impact on this year's tax bill is nothing. We're not saving the current we're not saving anything on the fiscal 25 tax bill.
We're saving next year because we'll push it.
Right, but you're saving the rollover of the ban or the transition to the bond, depending on where the interest rates are favorable once the project's complete, per our debt policy. But the incremental.
Well, none of these were contemplated related to the debt strategy.
Well, no, but our fiscal management policies, which say we can roll over the bans for more than 3 years if there's an interest advantage before going out to a longer-term bond, right? That's some of the changes. I know there's been some nuances and some modification to that, but my point is that even in fiscal year 26, you're looking at the impact being 1/20th of the cost of the project, which is $50,000, which is, $5 on the, plus interest, you're $5 to $7 on the tax bill in 26. So we're not having an impact on the current increase. Yep, we're adding to the fiscal year 26 increase, which we're hoping is a lesser year anyways for increases. And we don't know that. And we're also delaying optimal maintenance on a huge asset. And every time we do that, it bites us in the budget.
Yeah. I think, so I hear all sides of this. I think what resonates is that, I'm not a roofer, but I was actually surprised at the cost being what it was. And then we heard the expert that does roofing saying, it's a great bid. That's what I heard him say. And Alan, I agree with everything you've said about, how we've looked at projects in the past. I also appreciate, can we push this? I'm feeling like we can push it. However, then we start talking about all these other projects, and I feel like this is going to be can we push a little more? Can we push a little more? And then we're going to be into a brand new roof, and we're going to be like, how do we make that decision? And I don't know. Municipal work is really expensive, and we make these investments in our community, and we have a responsibility to maintain them, obviously, and make this is a restoration, not a replacement.
Right.
People are going kind of crazy on the Hastings roof replacement and the cost of it, right? So I'm also putting that in my context, because they're like, why are we doing this? We
Well,
didn't, you know, I mean,
yeah,
they're saying things that aren't true, but, you know, you hear that, and the cost of doing that roof, right? So now I'm like, we have an opportunity to do this now and extend it 20, what did you say, 25 years, 25
years.
years, 20 years? I don't want to say it's a small investment, but it's a small investment now for the longevity.
20-year warranty.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I hate to say it kind of as a coin flip, but I sort of feel like this one is versus some of the others. I mean, I think we need to do the design work, you know, on the schools, the high school, because that's the cadence of the process, and then it allows us to kind of understand bid costs and all of that. But I do worry about, I mean, I don't know, construction costs have come down, generally speaking, but, you know, I don't know what it's going to look like a year or two by the time we actually do this. And that is my bigger concern, that we're going to be like, my God, we could have done this for, you know, 1.1 million, and now we're doing it for 2 million. Well, that select board has no idea what they're doing.
Right. We could, if we had done Hastings as part of the consolidated project, the roof component was under 2.2 million. Right? And now it's roughly double that. And
Can we, so I think we've just,
Yeah.
you know,
we missed
can we,
tacos.
well, yeah, we don't. So we have a number of other things to sort of
Yeah.
get through. Is it possible to hold our vote of support or defeat at this time?
Motion
And-
second, I don't know.
And I know it's been motion and it's been seconded, but I guess we've had a lot of good discussion. You know, we've voted our support at town meeting before. It just wouldn't make it into the budget. I mean, the book.
Right. I mean, if people want to hold off this, we would vote this then at our next meeting, which would be prior, like, when I say prior, like the half hour before town meeting starts?
8:30.
8:30.
I don't know. It's
If
a
it- no, I mean,
it's a
I'm fine with that.
suggestion,
It-
given,
Yeah. I mean, I
Um,
certainly wouldn't want to be having this conversation on the floor of town
No,
meeting
no, I know.
while everybody, but if people just want to think about it a little bit and,
I don't know.
I'm okay with that. I mean, I look at other articles
Well-
where may not be final with the dollar amount, actually some that we've already voted on.
I guess one just comment to Alan's points. I get it. The cost likely will go up. Interest rates can go up. We could pay more from this. But likewise, the tax bill is trend right now has been going up like a skyrocket. And it's a good odds if that trend keeps going on next year, we'll be talking about a $1,200 increase. And the year after that, we'll be talking about a $1,500. Who knows?
I don't.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, if we're gonna put scare tactics out there about this, I'm just saying, you don't know.
No, I'm not trying to put out scare tactics.
Well, I mean,
it's
I get it.
We have a track record of deferring strategic capital maintenance projects.
Yep.
To the point where we end up in crisis or having to do large projects bunched together at times that make the debt, the component of debt that's part of the operating budget difficult. And I look at this project at just over $1 million, and the fact that it's not going to help fiscal '25. The impact for the following 20 years is in the $5 to $7 per year range. And if it keeps getting pushed back, as we are historically tend to do, and we miss the renovation window, then we will have a more expensive roof replacement. And so it's not just about this one project, it's about us changing the mindset on how we view these capital projects, and with the addition of the longer-term planning by the capital committee, that we realize sometimes you do something sooner rather than later because the odds are that that's the better decision for the long term. And it may mean some short-term pain. In this case, no impact on the fiscal '25 budget. A nominal impact on the fiscal '26 budget for this project, but we're potentially avoiding millions of dollars of costs down the road. And to me, that's where the balance line. It's also taking a statement that says philosophically, we should stop kicking the can down the road on these projects, which make it harder to do the timing planning for capital expenditures and put us at greater risk for much larger costs.
Yeah, well, dimes add to dollars, Alan, so.
No, I
there's a
get
lot-
that, I get
there's a-
that.
There's a lot of people in town who are suffering and
No,
struggling,
I-
making bills, and I get the $5 to $7 on the 2006 budget, 26 budget, I get that, but every one of these dollars adds up over time. And if we don't start looking, I mean, I just
But
can't.
you're not saying don't do the project, you're
I'm not
just saying
I'm not
delay when we add that.
I'm saying, exactly.
And
then-
my
then
point is.
And we might be in a better year in the future where this is a better opportunity to do this project for us. That's not
Okay.
as impactful to the average taxpayer's bill.
So, I guess what I'm starting to hear is we're very thoughtfully and passionately sharing our views, and we're sharing them
Yes.
again, which,
I'm
so my.
I'm fine holding this till
Ye-
meeting.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
we can
so I'm actually gonna, recall my suggestion, if you will, I'm happy to move forward with a vote on this, and,
We could always re-vote it at town meeting too. That's the
Yep.
thing. So I was leaning,
Yep,
I wanted to hear the discussion, but to my thing is, it's a motion, I'm comfortable with my motion, but if the rest, the other four said, hey,
Nope.
we don't want to vote it, I would rescind it, but I think vote it, and if we can always change our vote and
Explain
re-vote
it.
it at town meeting.
yeah, and then we'd have, explain it,
Explain
which is
what we
fine,
did, yep.
Makes
Okay,
sense to me.
so we have a motion by Ian and a second by Mr. Welch.
Motion to defeat and a second. All those in favor of defeating this motion? All those opposed? I gotta be honest with you, I could go either way on it. I'm
I know.
not strongly in either direction. I guess for me, part of it is, it's not like we're not ever gonna do this project. Like, this is a project we could totally walk away from. And so I look at it and I see we have a good price on it. And, we need to get it done within the next couple of years. I feel like, we should just pull the trigger. But if it got defeated,
So-
would.
I
We
would
should
say-
probably vote a motion to support it, because right now, we don't have we don't have a vote per se.
Correct.
Because
So
that
I-
the motion to defeat
sorry.
failed, but what should go in the book would be a
Yeah,
motion.
right.
Motion to support.
Right.
So
It's kind of the
again-
same thing, but I would think, see, unless you think differently,
So
but.
again, do we do that on the floor?
Or we could do it right here if somebody wants to make the motion.
It's
Yeah.
fine. They'll put it in the book that the motion to defeat failed. The double negative.
I
will
know
be in
you're
the book.
saying it's like we should probably do the approve vote,
I do
and
the
then it
approve vote, it's gonna
fails.
be 3-2, and just, then it shows that the board approves it 3-2 versus the
Yep.
board did
Makes-
I
not
know.
approve.
Do we have a
Yeah.
motion?
Town meeting is confusing enough
Yeah.
sometimes,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, it's a good
I-
point, man.
Do
I
have a
move we
motion?
support Article 12A.
Second.
All those in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I really appreciate all the comments, number one. Number two, I think that where I'm leaning into all the other points, in addition to all the other points made, is I don't know what the future brings. I do know the impact now and what people are feeling, but I am also worried about the can, and I'm worried about the future. I really am.
I'm too. I mean, this is
and,
not
and
an
I
easy-
and I know this is a very difficult vote for
And I
all
am
of
as
us,
well.
so, yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
I really am.
I know. Okay. Enough said.
Okay,
For
so
me.
motion and a second. All those in favor?
Oh,
All
wait.
tho-
Yes,
This is-
in favor.
Those in favor? All those opposed? Okay,
Okay.
3-2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think it will be less confusing on town meeting floor.
totally.
Yes.
Good call.
12B, now this one,
The number changed on this one.
so the number is 2,624,000, if I have it correct.
I move to support
What-
Article 12.
I'm sorry, Sheila.
Question before we move on. So for the book, so for the R&R, what does the board want to see reflected?
Motion to support.
3-2 in favor.
3-0?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And
3-2.
Okay, Patrick made a
3-2-0.
motion to support 12B.
Second.
Any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All those in favor?
I'm sorry. Yes.
12B.
12B.
12B, yes,
12B.
go.
Yes,
Yes,
okay.
uh-huh.
All right. Quite all right.
Can I just go
Completely
back, though? I'm
understandable.
sorry, motion to support on 12A, wouldn't it be 3 and 2?
It was.
Yep.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought, I kept hearing someone say 3-0.
320.
Oh, 3-2-0.
No abstentions.
Got it, sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
no,
I just-
no. Yes, the time being 10 o'clock.
Oh, my God.
All right, so next I have 20.
Hey, I just have a question.
Acquisition.
I think,
I thought we
I'm
had
assuming I should recuse myself from this. This is family.
Yes.
Well, what about 19?
I don't know that we initially had a
It
question
wasn't called,
on
we're
it.
good.
It wasn't
Okay.
called. Yeah, we already
But-
voted
but-
it. Yeah.
We
Okay.
voted that as, okay, I had made a note.
So I believe that either I abstain or recuse. It's probably better to recuse. This is,
Yeah,
it's
enough.
relatives
I
that are.
think similar to what Patrick has done with, yep.
Yep. That makes sense.
Recuse
So
myself.
I move we support Article 20.
Seconded.
All right, any discussion? All in favor? 4-0.
I'm back in.
Welcome home.
Article 24, accept B-Walt easements.
Oh, yeah, so just wanted to, I just flagged this really for clarification or additional information. So I was going to bring it up under issues and correspondence, but it's more, I think, more appropriate here. So Active Transportation Safety Committee, as you guys know, I'm the liaison to that committee. At the last meeting, there was discussion around the what the process, clarification around the process of kind of saying generally accepting easements. And there was an ask by ATSC for really clarification on how we do that. So working with Christy, Mark Silverberg, Chair of the Planning Board, and Jen Gris, our Director of Planning, I'm kind of working on drafting a policy that the board could consider, since it is it's within our purview around easements, to be considered at a future meeting. I wouldn't anticipate, because of our cadence of meetings, that we'll be ready to sort of say, yep, we've got this policy and we've discussed it and we've approved it. But generally, the purpose of the policy would be for clarification of the process, including touch points for submitting comments to town department heads, which we do with easements, as generally speaking, as well as the points at which recommendations would be required from, or the opportunity to receive from, ATSC through the Director of Planning. So I just want to put that out there because there were some questions from ATSC about this particular article, and that was sort of a something I'm recommending I bring back to the board as action that we can take to provide clarity of the easement process. It's really pretty simple, and it's just kind of inking it in stone or carving it. So,
Thank you.
and I think it will help them with their process as well. Thank you. So I would move to support Article 24.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0. 28.
Yeah, I'm not in support of the change in the finance department as a result of my previous earlier vote. Change the bylaw.
Question, knowing that you're not interested in seeing the staffing change, this year, can you support the bylaw change so that we can, in future years, adjust the staffing level of the finance department?
Wouldn't that go hand in hand with that change in a future year?
It could, but this would set it up now, make this consistent with other departments.
Well, sort of like we're doing with the, I mean, is it fair to say like the community development director?
Yeah.
We're removing that building commissioner element of it without proposing any staffing changes or additions.
So the challenge I have is if the budget passes
Yep.
and this fails, then we have a conflict. Whereas if the budget is adjusted
Yeah, I get where you're
and
going.
this passes, we don't have a
It's a
conflict.
future.
Yeah,
It's a
matter of fact,
future.
on Article 29, I actually had thought about that, but I didn't, so I wasn't questioning 29. So you're,
I thought you were
you're
going to.
right, your
Okay.
logic is sound, I agree with
Okay.
you. I'll vote for support of this.
Okay. Patrick, thank you.
Was that the motion?
I'll let you make the motion, you're the one
Uh,
that rebutted me and it
Okay,
made
no, no,
perfect
it's fine.
sense.
I move we support Article 28.
And I'll second it.
All those in favor? 5-0. Okay. That brings us to Articles, just left 33 to 46. And 33 is the only one that is binding. I don't know if we should discuss and vote that separately from the others or not, but I will take thoughts.
I would say we just do them individually. I think we spent enough time. My recommendation was we spent a lot of time on Monday, and we should just, for the record, I'd like to have an individual vote by this
Okay.
board
Okay. I have.
with very little discussion. No, just kidding.
Okay. I have heard, so the AFC voted on 34 through 46, but I think has not yet voted on 33. I think there is a little bit of concern about that article specifically, that it is a, I hear people consider that the article is a setup.
It's a complete setup. I'll just go on record as saying that.
Yeah.
It is a disingenuous article.
Yes.
And if it were not, I would be very supportive of, we just
there was
talked about the
something behind
Spirit
it.
Committee. We have, I think points were made about the Cultural Council. I mean, there was, sorry, are we discussing this article right now?
And I think just general comments are different. Yeah.
Okay, so Alan, I think you were the one that made the comments that night at our Monday meeting. Zero collaboration with any town department to bring this article forward, which is a standard that this board has set for as long as I've been on the board. And other than 2 emails to a Westborough Connects, that being a private entity, that were, I'll use my judgment here, a bit snarky, that was the outreach. Also timed with Westborough welcoming, thanks to the Commonwealth's law, new members of our community here, on asylum, or through the process, you know what I'm saying? It's not a coincidence.
Not at all.
Yeah, and I would just add that I agree with everything you just said, Shelby, and I would just add that the figure that they've placed in the article is a complete spitball. I mean,
Yeah.
it's, it's just, there's nothing to support this as far, and if there was legitimacy in the future, if they go through the proper process with the right committees and get endorsements and, that type of thing, I'd be more interested in this, but right now, zero of that work has been done.
And so, to that point, right, we have had privately run cultural events for segments of our community on the common, right, without any town involvement other than the proper permits and
Sure.
making sure the public safety was involved and health department was doing their thing. Whereas, the $3,500 mimics the July 4th, which is celebration around a national holiday. And so there is some difference there. But, beyond that, the lack of any plan whatsoever, any structure. Now, if we voted yes on this, and town meeting votes yes on this, then it's under the direction of the select board, which means it becomes this board's responsibility to do the work to solicit committee members, appoint committee members, get reports from the committee, and organize this, effectively asking the select board to do and oversee all of the work to pull together this festival that these private individuals claim they want to organize. And, my view is if they want to organize a festival and come in with a plan of what it is, how much it's going to cost and what services and/or cooperation or support they want from the town. That's a different matter. They're not, they're not there yet. And I'm sure if we vote against it and the town votes against it, they're going to be screaming, oh, look, the town is against this population, which I think by our words and our deeds, it's clear that we're not. And so I'm not worried about a couple of people
I mean,
trying
they
to
didn't
spin
bring
this.
this, I'm sorry, they didn't bring this to the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. There's been zero, based on their presentation, outreach to the
Recreation.
very committee, to the very component of our community who would want to be part of this. I mean, when someone asked me about this, like, why don't you support this? I would think you would. And I said, if I were organizing an event for, I don't know, like, to benefit people with Down syndrome, right? I would go to the people affected by that, right? Parents, educators, community,
Right.
whatever. And say, how does this look for you, right? Like, I want to be a champion of it, but how does it look for you, right? And that hasn't happened. So I agree with all your points, and I would move to, what's the right language? Defeat, thank you. I'm so confused. Article 33.
And
I would
it's up to you guys. Do we want to just include all of them right now?
No, because I think there'll be comments on other ones.
Okay. So sticking to 33.
Second.
All those in favor of defeating the article? Article 34.
I would move to defeat Article 34.
Second.
All those in favor of defeating Article 34? 5-0. Article 35.
I move to defeat Article 35.
Seconded.
All those in favor of defeating Article 35? 5-0. Article 36.
I'll move to defeat Article 36.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of defeating Article 36? And I'll just keep going. If anybody has a comment,
Yeah.
please stop me. Article 37.
Move to defeat.
Seconded.
Second. All those in favor of defeating Article 37? Article 38.
Oh, move to defeat.
Seconded.
All those in favor of defeating Article 38? 5-0. Article 39.
Move to defeat Article 39.
Second.
All those in favor of defeating Article 39? Article 40.
I'll move to defeat Article 40.
Second. All those in favor of...
That was you seconding, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All those in favor of defeating Article 40? Okay. Article 41.
A comment.
Ah,
So the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust has had conversations regarding this article, ignoring the insulting accusations of the article information that'll be printed in the R&R book because it has to be, and the insult to the people in which affordable who live in affordable housing and the neighborhoods in which affordable housing is currently located. In fact, the town as a whole. If you throw that out, the sentiment of what's actually, the unintended by the petitioner's sentiment of what's actually there, is actually a good thing. The problem is the wording is not compatible with the way that housing production happens and the way affordable housing happens. And so I believe that and we'll be discussing this further at our meeting this Thursday, that the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust will be offering an amendment to this petition to strike the word equal and replace it with equitable, and also we're working on exact phrasing to reinforce that affordable housing should be equitable and developed in a way that meets the needs of the people it's intended to serve, as well as the community as a whole.
So do you suggest we hold off?
I
on-
suggest we vote against this article,
Okay.
and I will ask that the select board, upon here, when the amendment is presented, support the amendment.
Okay, makes sense.
One question, oh, I'm sorry, Sean.
No, why don't you
One
go?
question on what the Affordable Housing Trust may contemplate, as you just said that. I agree with everything you've said in terms of the spirit and all of that. Even with the language that you've proposed, draft language, doesn't that potentially impact the production of it? Like this becomes, I know it's non-binding and it's a guiding.
It's non-binding, and the proposed wording is actually in line with our mission and our existing guiding principles.
Okay. Except for that.
Which is,
Yep.
yeah.
I mean,
It can't be equal because that's not how housing gets built,
Right.
but equitable. So when we talk about equitable and we look at our guiding principles, yes, there's a place and a role for affordable housing in pretty much any neighborhood within the town. But the majority of people, the majority of people who need affordable housing also have other needs, such as walkable access to shops, to services, to public transportation. And that's already reflected in these items are reflected in our inclusionary zoning, which says affordable housing goes anywhere with the 5th residential unit being developed, as well as when we look at the master plan, the senior needs assessment, our existing overlay districts and the affordable requirements and the MBTA zoning.
Yeah.
I think with the change of wording, it'll actually be a referendum that reaffirms the community support to appropriate affordable housing.
I understand what you're saying. I guess a couple comments. One is, does it just, I mean, my preference would be just to defeat this one. Two is, based on what the moderator is going to bring up, we're going to be limited to time to discuss this as well. I like what you're doing, but I wonder if it's a separate article for a fall town meeting to do exactly that. And it could be talked to at this one, saying this is what or everything you said could be said as a comment, but to me, again, not trying to confuse it or make even this come across as a valid article, I would rather defeat it.
Outright. Don't vote on it. Don't
mean-
make the amendment.
Well-
I'll bring that point back to the trust
Yeah,
on Thursday.
and maybe there's something at a fall town meeting that the Affordable Trust brings forward.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But again, if it's already in your mission, now that you said that, if it's already in your mission statement, in essence, maybe it's a modification, if you so choose to, the trusted, to that mission statement or statement to clarify it, but it doesn't require a town meeting vote.
I would love to hear you say that right at town meeting. So this one this is absurd. This is what's in our mission.
Yeah, right.
But this is
Yeah.
defeated.
Yeah, I think that'd be great if, and especially if Ed or somebody on the trust wanted to come and be the opposition to this article and present, here's what the Affordable Housing Trust is.
Yeah, there will definitely be some we looked at this and said, oh, it's a teachable moment, right?
Right.
Yeah.
About who we are and what we do, so we'll be using, I believe, our 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, but yeah, I would
Along
agree.
those lines.
I would agree it's more, we don't need this because here's what the Affordable Housing Trust is.
Right.
Good point. Okay, I move to, do you want to
We
do
already-
that, Alan?
Oh, do we already have?
Yeah, I move we defeat Article
Okay,
41.
second.
Second, thank you very much. All those in favor of defeating the article? Okay. Article 42.
I'll move to defeat Article 42.
Second that.
Okay. All those in favor of defeating Article 42? Article 43.
Move we defeat Article 43.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. All those in favor of defeating Article 43? Article 44.
I'll move to defeat Article 44.
Second.
Second, thank you. All those in favor of defeating Article 44? Article 45.
I'll move to defeat Article 45.
Second.
All those in favor of defeating Article 45? Okay. Article 46.
I'll move to defeat Article 46.
Second.
Second, thank you. All those in favor of defeating Article 46? Okay.
Will you vote?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Okay.
I just keep my hand up the whole time.
All right.
All of them. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wait, okay, so I gotta go back to the agenda. We've been on that item for a while.
We didn't have anything that we're
Preparation.
voting on. Town meeting floor, right? We have votes on everything.
Correct.
We have votes on everything.
Correct.
Unless we
I
want
think
to.
it's the
Correct.
roof, the milk, that one.
Yeah, could
Yeah.
come, yeah.
Okay, next, annual town meeting preparation. I think we are prepared. Okay.
We're going to post for 8:30?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
8:30, yes. That's early enough? Okay,
Bring coffee and breakfast.
okay.
Only
You are?
kidding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice
Deal?
nice of you to volunteer.
Okay. Article 14, I am grateful that we did not ask Karen to come here today. So, request to appoint Karen Henderson to the Economic Development Committee. Can I get a motion?
I'll move to appoint Karen Henderson to the Economic Development Committee for a term to expire June 30th, 2025.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0.
Thank you, Karen.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you,
and
Karen.
thanks for coming back, because she put her name in the hat previously,
Yeah,
so
and-
that's
and
great.
Pulled out for
Should be
other
great.
candidates. She's always doing what she feels is best for the town.
Yeah.
And I just want to personally apologize to Karen. I was supposed to put this on our last agenda, and I was distracted by other shiny objects on the, and so it got pushed to now. So Karen, thank you very much. Yes, and we're to the town manager's report.
The February Employee Excellence Award was given to Dana Jackman, who is a mechanic in the DPW. Related to the Regional Emergency Communication Center, we received 6 responses to the request for qualifications for the owner's project manager. So the review committee, consisting of Grafton and Westborough representatives, will score the responses and make a recommendation for award. We've also been in touch with State 911, who they've advised, because we're behind in our process, not to apply for this next round of funding, but to hold off, just based on how long the need for the alternative location. Community center, the board will have a meeting tomorrow to consider executing closing documents, which would happen on March 19th. The request for qualifications for the owner's project manager will be posted tomorrow, with the responses due back on April 3rd.
What was it, April 3rd?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just a reminder to everyone watching, that the website, on the front page has website spotlights, so that's something new on our website that allows us to really highlight some kind of high interest issues and projects. So we have 6 of those right now, including the golf club project, community center, sheltering information, the public library, the communication center, and then ARPA. In the DPW, we welcomed Ryan Rhodes to the tree division. In response to letters provided by the town's legislative delegation and the select board, the MBTA confirmed that culverts along the railroad and Cedar Swamp are on the MBTA's FY25 replacement plan. Road and sidewalk improvements are planned for the Byard Lane neighborhood this year. And then representatives from the DPW will participate in the Environmental Action Fair, which is Saturday. That we will actually also have a table to talk about pay-as-you-throw. In the fire department has been monitoring activity relative to updated OSHA standards. So I did provide the board with an attached document that will also be posted online with our town manager report. The fire department is working to establish the Westborough Fire Foundation, which is a 501c3. And then they have same report related to the rec. And then the police department has had 2 recent cases of note that highlight the excellent work of the department. The first is involved in matching fingerprints at a break-in to a suspect tied to other area break-ins, and then the second case featured video evidence review that led to recovery of a vehicle stolen from a local car dealership. That's my report.
Thank you very much, Christy. Okay, now we are issues and correspondence of the select board. Do I have a volunteer? Yes.
Sure. Just a couple things. We did have a municipal building committee post our last meeting, and that's talked through and with the article, and the amounts for the article came out of that meeting. Talking about the feasibility, it was supported by the committee. We did talk, as I think folks have heard me say, about the ability to have kind of an open house for the community. There's some questions whether we try to do it before town meeting or not. The thought from the committee is that we still want to do an open house, but we would do it post-town meeting. The weather will be warmer, and not trying to force something in, but also it probably makes sense as part of the feasibility study to kind of open up and get people's comments that way. So just kind of out to the public, still is in the plans to do that. I think will be valuable for folks in town that have questions, to have the ability to do kind of a walkthrough of the existing building. And then the other thing is just on April 6th, the annual Senior Citizen Dinner at the Council on Aging put on by Troop 100 is occurring. So information is going out. Unfortunately, it did not make it into the senior scene because they were delayed in that, but did want to get it out to folks, and they're kind of starting to do the massive campaign out there. So encourage our seniors to attend. It's always a great evening for them. So again, April 6th, Saturday, April 6th.
Ian, thank you. Next.
I'll go very quickly. If all things go as expected, on Thursday, the Housing Trust will close on the sale and transfer of the property at 3 Baylor Avenue to the developer so he can start obtaining the demolition permits and start work on the new home.
Fantastic.
The issues related to the 2004 oil spill have been resolved.
Great.
Well done. Thank you.
Nothing this week.
Nothing?
Yeah, just a couple of quick items. I updated you on ATSC as the liaison. The Hockomock Committee worked with SHAB to submit basically a request for proposal for engineering bid documents for the proposed work that was, that the committee has, proposed at our last town meeting. We're meeting next week to review those bids. I have no idea at this point how many have responded to that request. And I was not able to attend the Council on Aging meeting, so I'll have yesterday, so I'll update the board at a future meeting. I also, on a fun note, I want to say congratulations to Callie Presuth, a Gibbons Middle School student. She won the 13-year-old division of the Knights of Columbus local free throw competition, and then won the Central Mass competition, sinking 21 of 25 shots, and she is on to the state competition.
Wow,
so
that's awesome.
Impressive.
So, yeah, so love that. And I want to just thank all the town staff, anyone that's still awake and listening, clerk, public safety, certainly all of our poll workers for making today's voting event safe, enjoyable. You know, there was a really good vibe and what I perceived to be a successful day based on voter turnout. The weather gods were with us, and I felt like our spirit of democracy was strong. So it was good. It's a good day for Westborough.
And one of the things I noted there was, and heard from poll workers, is there is a number of first-time 18-year-old voters that came in every
Yeah,
time.
we heard some claps.
They were, whatever. When they picked up their ballot and they got confirmed, the whole, all
Yeah.
the poll worker
I heard
stuff in
the-
clap forms was
I
pretty
heard the cheers.
exciting to your point of democracy. It's great to
That's
see
what
that
it was.
happen.
I was there when that happened. I was
Yeah.
like, why are they
Yeah,
clapping?
Well, that's why I walked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all about you. Here he
I saw your
is.
wife there. I thought it was for her.
Probably was.
All right, yeah, I did actually have one thing. I'll just remind folks, please join Sustainable Westborough and the Rotary Club as we come together on the for the 2024 Environmental Fair, March 16th. This impactful event aims to shed light on the environmental challenges we face in our daily lives, particularly climate change. Our goal is to empower the community with valuable information and resources, encouraging individuals to make positive changes at both the personal and local levels to safeguard our environment. We will have a wide range of exhibitors, including solar installers, heat pump vendors, native plan advocates, Town of Westborough departments, creative student exhibits, and many other community groups. For the first time this year, we are also hosting the Art for Earth poster competition and games for all ages. Hope to see you there.
Excellent, thank you. And I don't know if this was mentioned or not, losing track of things. So here, if the downtown Westborough scavenger hunt came up, here's a real opportunity for us to help us reimagine the Westborough downtown. Please, you can reach out. It is on the town website. You can go into the little search box and put in scavenger hunt, and it'll take you right to it. There's a QR code. Please get involved. It's your opportunity to help imagine our Westborough downtown.
And we'll be featuring that on an upcoming episode of the 01581 Let's Talk. So
Nice.
Jenny and the consultant will be on. So
Nice, very nice.
give it some airtime.
Sean, I had one other thing, sorry. I just wanted to express our condolences for the passing of Joyce Gallina.
Thank you very much.
And I should have brought that up before,
Yeah,
but
thank you.
just to her family, our condolences there, and note that there is services at St. Luke's this coming Saturday at 10:30 a.m. for anybody that wants to attend.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ian. On that note, can I get a motion?
You sure can. I'll move to enter into.
Oh, wait, minutes.
Oh, minutes.
Yes, I'll move the approval of the meeting minutes of February 13th, 2024.
Second?
All those in favor? How about the 27th?
We don't have them in the packet.
Sorry, I
Oh.
didn't have them ready for you.
Oh, my bad.
See, I read a packet. Someone said I did.
Busted.
Now would you like a motion?
Yes, please.
I move to enter into executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the firefighters, police patrol, and police supervisory unions if the chair determines that an open meeting would have a detrimental impact on the board's position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, R.E. Ferris Development Group LLC versus Town of Westborough, Lax Media LLC, and Lax Media Mass LLC. Worcester Superior Court, case number 2285CV01281, if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, R.E. Town of Westborough versus Westborough SPE LLC, Boston, Suffolk County, Land Court, case number 19TL000768, if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, R.E. Westborough SPE LLC versus Town of Westborough et al., U.S. District Court, CA number 4:23, CV 12017-MRG, if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding Westborough SPE LLC, U.S. Bankruptcy Court, case number 2340709, if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property at 1500 Union Street if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the board's negotiating position. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of February 13th, 2024, and February 27th, 2024.
Second. Oh, sorry, I jumped the gun.
I declare that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the board's negotiating, litigating, and bargaining position. We will not be reconvening in open session after executive session. Can I get a second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
Johnson, yes.
Edinburgh, yes?
Welch, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Keough, yes. Thank you, Westborough TV. We are adjourned.
Right back.